Okay, well, I guess I'll do what I was going to do a little bit later. We will go ahead. I'm not sure. Are you going to take the lead on a study session?
Well, I'll make an introduction. The topic is Jerry Ivey Pond. It's been something that you as a commission have discussed before. We brought in a consultant to take a preliminary look at it. Got some community input about their preferences for different features and different options. I would say that those were before we had details and had cost estimates. Since that time, the Parks Department has done quite a bit of work to try to find essentially a subject matter expert that could take a deeper look at this, and found one. And so the report that we have for you today, I'll turn over to Jeff Hammond, who can then, the consultants are on the line, but really two topics. One is the algae issue that's an ongoing issue at Jerry Ivey Pond, and then secondly, just kind of the future, and if we were to try to address all the issues that are identified at the pond, what that solution might look like and what that solution might cost. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff Hammond.
Thank you so much. Jeff Hammond, Director of Parks and Recreation. As Mr. Sprague did state, we have more than myself talking today. We have a portion by our Deputy Parks and Recreation Director. We have a few people online that are with us through a Zoom call that will be adding some more detail. Just some preliminary information about Jerry Ivey Pond. Construction was started in 1996 and completed in 97. Approximately 0.73 acres, about 700,000 gallons. When it was constructed, it had a depth of around 4 feet with a max depth of 5. There was a bentonite clay used to seal the pond. Retaining walls were constructed of the stacked concrete blocks or bags and reinforced with rebar. Currently, that retaining wall is deteriorating, and the sidewalk is settling to the west. I provided some pictures of Jerry Ivey during that construction phase in 1996. As you can see in that bottom photo is the well that was being put in. A lot of the work that was done was some of these people here are actually Parks and Rec staff members, so the work was primarily done in-house. We did hire an excavator to excavate it for us. Well water rights and use. As I stated, the well was installed as part of the construction project of the pond. Our total water rights allowed is 2 million gallons. And we report that gallon usage once per year to the state of Kansas, and I provided a 6-year look at what we have spent from that well. The average was 415,000 gallons per year.
Why the broad, it's pretty broad difference between the different years? What causes that?
Don't have any hard data, but I would imagine evaporation and
Really hot?
and moisture or precipitation, yes.
And it requires staff intervention. It's not an automated filling exercise, so it's also dependent on staff identifying a shortfall and running the pumps and
Right.
operating it.
Does require a manual intervention of a valve to open the valve. In April of this year, 2022, with the assistance of utilities, park staff pumped out approximately 500,000 gallons of water in an attempt to get some cool, clean, and most importantly, cool water into the pond, with the hope that it would try to remediate on a short-term basis some blue-green algae problems. The aerator and fountain were removed to prepare for that draining. Once it was refilled from the well, we estimated it was about 500,000 gallons, as I said. We did not see a whole lot of change. We hypothesized that once the water is coming in from that well, which you saw a picture of earlier, that it disturbed that sediment layer in the bottom and allowed more nutrients to become available to the algae that was present. Staff is working this week or next to put that fountain back in to provide some level of aeration and water circulation. We've always had I wouldn't call it a feature per se, but we've always had waterfowl at Jerry Ivey Pond, but it is an attraction for the public. Waterfowl do provide an excess of nutrients to the pond for the algae to grow. We did have domesticated ducks there where they didn't leave. There was lots of theories about why they didn't leave. However, we did, working with Animal Services and the Friends of the Animal Shelter, we relocated approximately 9 ducks to other homes. There were farm ponds in Olathe and Topeka that we found partners with through the Friends of the Animal Shelter. And since that removal of those domesticated ducks, we have not really seen many ducks at all. There's a picture of one. That's an old picture you see in this slide. However, we've only seen one duck. I believe it's a mallard that comes and goes from the pond.
Do you expect ducks to reappear as they migrate?
Yes, yes. Our former park superintendent, who used to work for Kansas Wildlife and Parks, he would state that if there's always birds present, it would be kind of a call, if you will, to other migratory birds. So since there were ducks there at the time, we would get more migratory birds during that time when those ducks were present. And possibly the theory could be that if there's no ducks there, the migrating ducks would not want to stop and find an alternative. But again, hypothesizing.
So if some do take up residence, do you plan to shoo them off?
Be our preference to find another home for them.
Yeah, and it's understandable that the citizens come and feed the ducks. We posted signage when we had the blue-green algae issues, trying to get the message out that you're training them to not fend for themselves and you're contributing to the blue-green algae. And we continue to have a citizen that just openly would drop 50 pounds of cracked corn at a time, kind of feed for them. So I think if we find it to be effective, it's probably worth the effort to gather up the ducks, move them on, and see if that kind of extends the time period that there are none there. If it's not effective, we'll have to reconsider. But I personally was a little surprised that after removing them, it's stayed free of them for this long.
So what is blue-green algae? Blue-green algae is not actually an algae. It's a bacteria, the cyanobacteria. The bacteria develops when the water is above 75 degrees, gets a lot of sunlight, and has sufficient nutrients of nitrogen and phosphorus. It could be toxic. It can be toxic. And that toxicity could cause sickness in animals and in humans. But not all algal blooms or algae blooms are toxic. The only way to know for sure is have it tested. Some of the testing we have accomplished were originally early in the spring. We had phosphorus and nitrogen testing from a local lab in town, who frequently our utilities department uses to test some water. We had them test for nitrogen and phosphorus and of the water and the sediment levels, and of course they were high. There was a lot of high readings from that. Additionally, we had testing of the water itself through Kansas State University. We had that report analyzed or looked at from a gentleman from Kansas State University, and these are some of his comments. The blue-green algae test gets evaluated of low, medium, high, and we had a high amount of blue-green algae. They stated it's a oscillatoria type blue-green algae. There's also a toxin level test of that, and they did find that there was zero reading from the toxin level of the blue-green algae at the time of reading. It's important to note that that could change. as algal blooms come and go. Staff looked at chemical treatment. Chemical treatment of the pond is generally not recommended. KDHE has advised us against doing so. There are transplanted fish in the pond, and chemical treatment could have an effect on those fish, the turtles, and other wildlife in that pond. And of course, chemical treatment is a short-term solution. It would require ongoing treatment on a consistent basis. At this time, any questions at this time? Stop and pause for questions.
Did we ever get rid of the blue-green algae last year? Did it ever get cold enough for it to completely go away?
No, we were in a warning phase through the winter.
That's what okay.
I'd like to introduce Brett Lamer. He's our Deputy Parks and Recreation Director. He's going to talk with you through these last few slides.
Thank you for having me, Mayor, Commissioners. As you said, my name is Brett Lamer, Deputy Parks and Rec Director. Also here for these next few slides via Zoom is the company in Bioorganic Technologies. They're the ones that we did this project with, and also a representative from KDHE. If you have any technical questions, I'm going to kind of stay pretty layman's terms here, simple terms. They can get a little more technical if you'd prefer. So the former superintendent had been in contact with KDHE for quite some time over this issue, the pond issue. In their dealings, KDHE was the one that brought it to our attention in bioorganic technology and what they've been doing in other locations. So basically, the superintendent at the time tried to, got a hold of us and set us up with a meeting. And so on June 30th, we met with in Bioorganic Technologies, KDHE, and I left off K-State. They were also involved in that meeting. And we just discussed what their technology is and how it works, and I'll touch on that in the next slide. Currently, they've had projects in Tennessee and Alabama that have shown really good results. They have pictures and slides and some of kind of what their work has done. So basically, KDHE referred to Jerry Ivey as the star, meaning in Kansas. It is the highest, the one that stayed a warning. Whoever just asked that question, stayed a warning. It's the only one that stayed under some sort of advisory all year long. So they considered that their star. So they figured if we can get a project going like this here, if it cured that, it can cure others, and it'd be good statistical data for them, and also for in bioorganics to get their name out there for others as well. So they decided to give us a 60-day trial. No cost to us. But we get something out of it. It maybe temporarily helps clear our pond. KDHE gets to get samples. Kansas State gets to get samples, and in bioorganics gets to show off what they can do for others as well. So. It took a little bit from the June 30th meeting to get it here and get it in the water, but that was some red tape. Basically, we had to make sure that we had everybody on board and everybody understood what was going on, so no one was, concerned, had any concerns moving forward. So this is the machine the device that they put in. It's there at Jerry Ivey right now. It's in a white enclosed trailer. It's fairly small, about the size of a normal deep freeze, if you guys are familiar, and it's very light when it's not got water in it. Basically, it is controlled by a cellular technology, so we don't have anything to do with it. All the readings and stuff go up to in Bioorganic Technologies. They tell us if there's an issue, then we can either go troubleshoot it for them, or they come back and fix it. So far, knock on wood, we haven't had any of those issues yet. How it works basically is there's a tube that goes into the water, actually a couple tubes. One of them sucks water in just a little bit, goes into a grow tank basically. The water's heated up, the microbes that they use warm up, and then they basically spit them out into the water periodically throughout the day. After 24 hours, I was asked to check on it, and it had done that 10 times in 24 hours. And so that's how it kind of works. Now, what is it doing? And so basically what it does, if you go to the next slide, is they use a natural microbe that's already present in nature. What they do is they just basically bring it in, make it, give it more concentration, and then it just outcompetes the blue-green algae for those same nutrients that the blue-green algae likes. It's safe for human consumption, it's safe for animals, so if there's an overabundance of this microbe, it doesn't do anything to them. And then what it does is if it outcompetes the blue-green algae, and at the end of that there's just this huge concentration of this microbe, what it does is it actually turns on itself and starts eating itself, cannibalizing itself, then it'll get back to a normal level on its own. So that's part of what they do. So it, like I said, remains completely safe throughout the entirety of the thing. Shown, like I said, in other locations, it's shown some really good results. We're still in the middle of ours, so it's a little early to tell. Down there at the bottom, that cost is an estimation based on what they currently have. If we actually got down to purchasing something, it may look a little different, but that was the estimation off the top that they gave us. So if you look on the next couple slides, the first slide there at August 22nd, that was actually the day before they started. That's actually not a great picture. The lone duck that Jeff pointed out is actually in that first picture right at the end of the dock there. She hasn't been back since, so hopefully she's moved on. But anyways, that bloom, it was actually like 2/3 of the water. I mean, it was that sludge went way further than what my picture shows, but in order to kind of keep a local area, I just kept that first picture. The other one the other ones didn't really do them justice. That second picture from 24 hours after it started is a much better representation of what it looked like prior to when they started. But as you can see, as you move forward, you can just see it gets less. The wind changed between August 26th and August 29th. The wind went from a southern wind to kind of a northwesterly wind. So you can see it kind of like moved it around a little bit, but as you move forward, slowly but surely that bloom or that sludge on the top gets a little different, gets smaller and smaller. And the last one, I went out there again today, but the last one on here is September 13th. Again, just this really small amount, and it's slowly working its way through the sludge there. So it does appear that it's at least doing that. Again, Organics is available here and KDHE, so if you do have any questions at this time, you can direct them to me or you can direct them to one of those that maybe has a little bit more scientific data than I do.
So is the green color therefore not necessarily representative of anything harmful, or is there still algae that's making it green?
The green color could be there because of algae, but in this case, most bodies of water will have green, even if it's not a blue-green algae. You have to actually do testing to figure it, to find out. So in this case, even if there was none, I'm not saying there is none, but if there was none, it could still be very green like that.
There was, at the bottom of the one page, there was an estimate for what that cost over a 3-month period.
Correct.
Because of the history we've had with Jerry Ivey Pond, is this a process we would need to do 12 months out of the year? Would it be one that would take care of it for a while and then have to be reinstated?
That's a very good question, and that's part of the reason we're doing this experiment, because we don't know what the return rate would be. If you did it in the middle of the summer, would you have to do it all year long? If you never had a bloom or you could prevent it, we don't know that. So the 3-month was basically an estimation over the summertime. We just don't know what the return rate would be or what the how quickly it would come back if we did it, and let's say we eradicated it and it came back, we don't know. So that's why it was just an assumption.
Because part of the issue is the lack of water flow plus the depth. Would that be a good assumption?
Yes.
Okay.
We're 3 weeks in with the test. Has there been samples? Has it shown any improvement?
That it's not, I wouldn't be able to say. That would have to be for one of the people that maybe has a little bit more scientific data. Visually, you see what I see, but I don't know what's going on under the surface. So Caitlin, if you want to say anything, you can be more than welcome. This is Caitlin Decker. She's with KDHE, so I'll step over here.
Hello. just a little background. I'm an environmental specialist within the Bureau of Water at KDHE. And we do have some results for some of the samples we've actually captured. So we're doing sediment sampling and water sampling. And we're getting water samples just below the surface and also some samples at depth, so right above the sediment. And we do have some results from baseline sampling. So this was before the machine was actually operating. And I guess what's going to be most important for you all to know is there's definitely a large amount of blue-green algae within the pond. Baseline sampling, there wasn't, we test for 4 different toxins, and the most common toxin in Kansas would be the microcystins, and there was a little bit, but an extremely low concentration at baseline sampling, which does not mean that the cells could potentially still produce toxins. We also do have some results from 1 week after operation. Now, the microcystin toxin did increase a little bit, and again, at still a pretty low amount where it's most likely not going to affect humans or animals. It's hard to tell why this happened a week after operation. It could be that the cells are dying, because when the blue-green algae cells die, they do then release the toxins. But again, we only have baseline sampling in a week of 1 week after operation, so it's really going to still take us a while to determine if anything is happening with the actual cells and if they are dying off. If you look at the pond still, there's still quite a bit, it appears to be quite a bit of algae, blue-green algae within it, but otherwise, until we get all of the results from our samples, we won't really have a good idea of what the blue-green algae is doing yet. I will say we will be sampling again this Thursday, and then after operation, which will be sometime in October, and then we'll also do another set of samples a month after operation, so then we can get a good idea of what happened during operation, obviously what happened before, and then what happened a month after. So.
Thank you.
How long does it take when you draw a sample? How long does it take to get the results?
Yeah, good question. So it kind of depends on how busy our lab is at KDHE. Let's see, it looks like we submitted samples, our baseline sampling on the 18th. We got some results back, I think last week, so August 18th. So anywhere from maybe a couple weeks to a month of when we get all of our results back from our samples.
Do they go to Topeka?
Yes, so we take the sediment samples actually goes to K-State, where they're doing their own analysis of the sediments, and so I don't have much to say about that because I don't know exactly what they're doing and how long it takes to get those results, but at KDHE, we take all the water samples back to Topeka to where we, our lab then analyze those samples, and they'll get the results to us. Again, generally a couple weeks to a month. It just really depends how busy the lab is.
I guess it's an unnecessarily technical question, but is there any increase or decrease in the algae as you hold it in the lab for a couple of weeks? Does that affect
So
results?
that's one thing. We always keep our samples cool to preserve the algae, and then there's a holding time within the lab. We have to get the samples in as soon as possible so they can start the analysis as soon as possible. They have a holding time of how long they can hold it until the algae could potentially start dying off, and so they don't go past that time. So we get as accurate of results as possible.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Thank you.
At this time, Anson, is there anything that you would like to add to, if I missed anything or anything you'd like to add?
I don't think so. I would, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, thanks for taking the time to hear us out about this project. I would certainly defer to the analysis of KDHE and K-State. So that's what this whole thing is about, is to get third-party analysis so the data does the talking. I think some of the sort of picture or topical observations that are being made, it should be more left to the data. I would just say that, because it can be hard to discern what's cyanobacteria and what it's doing. But again, I would defer to KDHE for those analyses, because if I say, no, it's working, it's not going to help anything anyway, because I have a great vested interest in that. But we're very excited about this project. We think it is going in the right direction. We would like to see the water quality look a lot better by this stage. Unfortunately, I think the pond is proving its superstar qualities. So that's what the addition of the fountain will help the aeration and give our bugs, our microbiology, a bit more oxygen to try and help with that, and potentially expedite any work that needs to be done on the cyanobacteria itself. But that's basically all I want to say. Brad, I thank you for summarizing our technology so well. I'm actually quite impressed. I should take notes on how to say it in layman's terms as well as you did. So we appreciate the opportunity that your community has provided for us to get this data. We really appreciate it.
This may not be a fair question, but I was thinking the same thing as the mayor. Are you willing to indicate what your expectations might be about just the color quality of the water, on the assumption that the technology is effective and successful? Is it?
Yeah, sorry. So algae that is not toxic and not necessarily bad is green, and so that can be an indication of why the water looks the way it does. So that's why it's really important to get the data back from KDHE and K-State on, is this actually toxic and harmful to wildlife and to humans, and if a dog were ever to drink out of that, what effects that might have. So, like I said, a little bit of aeration might help our microbiology work on the water clarity components. But the good thing about our microbes is that they don't go after good algae or good microbiology. They help the existing microbiome to return to a natural healthy state. So we'll just have to see sort of what happens with the additional time of our microbiology to work on Jerry Ivy and the addition of aeration.
So what I think I hear you saying is your technology may work. It may address the blue-green algae, but we still may have other forms of algae that cause the pond to stay as green as it is today?
Yeah, that could be why. And once we get all the data back, we can describe a better picture. But yes, that'd be correct, and that's why the analysis that KDHE and K-State are doing is going to be pretty extensive. They're going to, from what I understand, an RNA sequencing of sort of the bacterial DNA to see is this really being reduced, and that'll be super important for the understanding of Jerry Ivy and where that's at, but also for your understanding, if you guys were to want to use this in the future, did this have a market effect on the problem at hand, which would be the cyanobacteria.
If I could just interject, I think, having grown up in a city with lots of fountains are not the same as this pond, but people expect the water to be clear and colorless. And public's perception, or certainly mine, is that, yeah, the bad stuff is going, but it's also going to look better, because I probably wouldn't know a bad algae from a healthy one. I just know they're both green and they're going to be slippery if I step on them. But I think clarity of the water, for the purpose of this pond, for pictures and wedding photos, celebrations, and clarity may be one of our goals.
And that is part of our goal as well. Sorry if that's Mr. Mayor there. Can't see. But yes, that is one of our goals. And hopefully the aeration, like I said, will give our microbes a bit of a boost and help with that, because we'd want to be doing that. I'm getting married in October myself, and I totally understand. You know, it'd be nice to have a nice clear water body behind me instead of one that maybe looks like pea soup. So I totally take that point entirely.
Thank you.
Do you have any estimate or expectation how long this process could take if it were to be successful?
That is a good question. You know, we were coming into this water body quite confident just with the size of it. But again, we should never judge a book by its cover and how strong it might be. So we're a little bit slower than we'd want to be at this stage, just by the observations that are made sort of topically. But so with a water body like this, the quote that we provided with about 3 months, if this were a normal situation, we'd expect that to be well handled by then. And the price that we did provide to Parks and Rec did include one of our circulating units, which would provide that air that we think we're missing. Yes, I think about 3 months should do it, but I think this study or pilot that we're doing is going to be very informative.
Where are you based out of, and have you actually seen the body of water?
I haven't. Our VP of Field Operations was there for the installation. We have had an bioorganic representative there, obviously, to do the installation. But we're a modern COVID company. We're an American company, but we're spread all over the shop. we pretty much all work remote, except for our scientists who have a lab in Pullman, Washington.
Any other questions? Okay, well, if that's the case, I'm going to turn it back over to the director, Jeff Hammond.
All right.
Thank you.
So staff had conversations with several civil engineering firms, landscape engineering firms, landscape architects, and found a referral from the Prairie Gateway chapter of the American Society of Landscape Architects, and referred us to McClure. And we engaged with them to do a lake survey, a water balance report, and write an opinion. And that copy of that is attached in your packet today. I'm going to summarize some of the findings. However, we have two gentlemen with us through Zoom that will go into a little more detail. What we asked them to do to determine if sufficient water balance exists under the current conditions, if there is an imbalance, to quantify that, their opinion about the aquatic health of the pond, if there are any manual interventions if there is an imbalance, and possible measures, and provide example costs. Some of the highlights of the conclusions, they did deduce that there was a deficit of water runoff. They would estimate that 300,000 gallons of supplemental water is required. Over the last 25 years of the operation of this lake, there is significant amount of silt and sediment and decayed materials on the bottom of the lake, and with a high accumulation of nutrients, as the water testing that we did find. Standard rule of thumb for lakes is 10 acres of watershed for 1 acre of pond, so a 10-to-1 ratio. And the currently using that 10-to-1 ratio, Jerry Ivey Pond is approximately 66% less, or about 3 times larger, or it needed to be about 3 times larger than the watershed would need to be 3 times larger than to feed that size of pond. or contrastly best supports a smaller lake or pond. Some of the manual interventions, the increasing the lake depth, recommending pond aerators or fountains, and a new wall, of course, a new segmented wall. At this point, there's a few additional slides for some of the graphics that were in the report that McClure provided. But at this point, I wanted to make two gentlemen from McClure available, Jim Schuessler and Matt Eblin, and they can give their input as well into their report.
Yes, hi, this is Jim Schuessler. Matt's on with me as well. Matt, I'm on mute just so you're ready. We appreciate the opportunity to serve and to travel to Salina and see the lake and provide some recommendations how to make it thrive for another 20, 30 years. It does include some interventions as Jeff mentioned, and if those are appropriate, provide some direction, we hope, for the future. Matt, do you have anything to add?
I think big picture, the only thing worth adding, like in the section that's currently being showed, we're going inward anywhere from 4 to 5 feet with that new wall that we've mentioned, leaving the existing wall there, and then making the pond a lot deeper so the sun has a lot less opportunity to hit the floor, where it can provide A, warm up the pond, but B, reach those nutrients that can create or provide a breeding ground for the cyanobacteria.
So I may be asking you to restate what everybody already understands, but if you would, can you kind of walk us through our current situation and what's contributing to our algae bloom?
Yeah, Matt, keep going.
Yeah, so what Jeff had mentioned was the area of the lake is just under 3/4 of an acre, and the 10-to-1 ratio would mean that you need almost 7.5 acres draining to it, and you don't have that. So, sorry, this is really not answering your blue-green algae question, but I want to say that first and then answer the blue-green algae next. What it would need to be, the drainage area to the lake, is about 7.5 acres to fully support the size of pond that you have. If not, if nothing changed, that pond would need to be reduced. Specific to the blue-green algae, the lake is just not that deep. Or at least the day we were out there, a lot of the readings were 2 feet deep by the time we hit algae, and in some cases 3 to 4. We use an average depth of 3 feet. And the sun can typically, if something's about 3 to 4 feet deep, reach the surface below, and certainly again provide that great breeding ground for things to grow. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, ultimately, as I look at the elevation map, I guess you would call it, to me, it looks like the vast majority of it is 2.5 feet deep. And that's just so shallow that the sun is growing algae throughout that water column, apparently.
That's correct.
Yes, that's the heat map that was provided by the surveyors. To hit the color, it has to be at that depth or deeper. So anything that shows 3 feet is hits the 36 and can be a little more than that. So again, it was built at about 5 feet deep. The surveyors could typically push through the sludge to get to a deeper depth, but we're measuring in essence the top of silt across that body of water. The body of water is the Jerry Ivey Pond. So there is a foot or two of silt over 25 years that have accumulated.
And so one of the things your study talks about, and Mr. Hammond touched on, was testing that silt and whether it's contaminated, and depending on those test results, that dictates what we whether we can leave it, whether it has to be hauled off, treated, and what's the conclusion there? I believe we had some test results previously on the.
Yeah, KDHE's on the phone or on in the meeting. They're the one that has jurisdiction. At this point, we don't believe that would require special remediation, but they're going to be the ones that have authority.
With the proposal, what would be the maximum depth of the new pond?
Maximum depth of the pond would be 10 feet based on the section that you see in front of you. It would start at 6 feet deep at the edges, and then work its way down to 10 feet fairly quickly.
Okay. You talk about silt, and I know as we discussed our river project, we were putting some things in there to kind of alleviate silt buildup. Would one of the recommendations be that the silt be removed periodically if we were to leave the pond in?
Again, at 25 years, you have maybe 2 feet of silt buildup, and over 3/4, it's not substantial. And at 10 feet, we're probably still way better than we are now. We always recommend, pre-treatment, but this is a very small watershed that's moving to it, a little over 2.5 acres or something like that. So the silt load is really coming from the street, we believe. And so it would take a thought as how, at reevaluating how the road is connected to the pond as a major contributor. But with established lawns around, which you don't have, you have a lot of mud around it on the east and north side, but by establishing the landscaping, your silt load should be reduced.
So if you were to design this from scratch, how deep would it be?
10 feet.
10 feet all the way across?
All right, we're showing a bottom of 10 feet across about 94 feet. So again, most of the pond gets down to that depth very quickly.
So this is kind of your standard design first, body like this?
Standard practical design. For non-fishing, flood control environment.
So I'm hearing that one of the primary issues with the algae is due to the silt. Is that correct?
Yes, the organics at the bottom of the lake right now.
And the nutrient load that's there.
Does a smaller lake make that easier to manage?
The amount of sediment.
Well, I'm looking at the rock fill, and I'm wondering why you picked 5 feet and 4 feet. What if it were 10 feet and 8 feet? That would reduce the volume of you could still have your 10 feet and your 3-foot slope, but that would reduce the pond by a great deal of volume. Would that be any advantage?
I think it would be an advantage to the watershed that we have available currently in the park.
Mm-hmm.
If we're looking at that 10-to-1 ratio, and we only have 2.3 acres of watershed, a lake that's more appropriately sized is part of their report.
Does the water from the watershed serve to inhibit the algae growth more than the well water would? Because if it's just the volume of water you need from the watershed, if I'm understanding that, we've supplemented that volume. Is there a difference in the types of water coming into the the pond that make a difference?
The water itself should be more clear in a well compared to what's running off of either the street or the adjacent landscaped or non-landscaped areas to the pond.
Okay, so is the, the watershed area critical if we had unlimited well water? I mean, we've never gone over our maximum, but if that's not an issue, does the size in relation to the watershed still hold as a major factor?
As long as you're pumping all that amount, several 100,000 gallons per minute, that's sufficient to keep the lake balanced. But it will, even on drier years, you'll need to be pumping more. So to answer your question, as long as you can pump, you can make up for that deficit in evaporation over precipitation.
Okay, thank you.
Then I would believe then the manual intervention would still need to occur as the depth, because that sunlight's still getting to that bottom.
Right.
This water supply, I'm sitting here thinking, would it be practical to divert storm drain water into that pond?
Yes, we have looked at that, and that's the point where we'd integrate some baffle systems or systems that would collect the sediment in essence, underground tanks, and then that would be pumped out on occasion so that the water is really low sediment levels prior to hitting the lake. But it is definitely something that we looked at and talked about.
Doesn't rain here very often, but it did Saturday night.
Where are the two aeration units going to be located?
Currently, there's no design actually of the park, so you're looking at the estimate of costs.
Yeah, I noticed there's two units there, and
I apologize. I'm
Sorry.
thinking of something integrated into a future. I'm sorry. We have. I think I need Brett to help me out where the former aerator and fountain were. Brett, can you help me out a minute? There are the deep end over by the gazebo is where we had the fountain and the aerator at previously located. And that's where we're putting that fountain back, hopefully this week or next.
okay. That'll segue into my next question, which is, would this design benefit from some kind of water feature or like a waterfall, recirculating, something of that nature?
It would be a water feature, and I believe our community would like to see such a water feature.
Yeah, one of the points of conversation we've had previously is creating a mist and having that drift outside of the footprint of the pond. So part of the conversation we had with McClure is just what type of water features would accomplish the aeration that they need from a performance standpoint without contributing to that. And they've indicated there's options that are kind of low profile, whether they're viewed as a water feature by people in the park system or whether they're just on the surface of the water. But I guess my point is, when we start talking about water features, we still have to bear in mind that we're trying to deal with algae and we may have to manage contact with that water.
So additional maintenance.
Additional maintenance, and we made, if we do have an outbreak, then we've got to try to find a way to limit contact with that water.
Got it.
So McClure, you've prepared a cost estimate. I don't know that you need to go through it line by line, but if you could help us understand kind of the basis, the data that you had, prior projects to prepare the cost estimates, what you think the climate's like right now compared to your essentially $900,000 cost estimate.
Yeah, Jeff, can you advance to that slide? You have that up? I guess I can start first. It's really the major topics of demo portions of the wall that can't be saved or are going to be visible. So just the top, a row or two around the pond. So we have a pretty small selected demolition number of about $18,000 is shown there. We then excavated and had an excavation cost. That excavation cost had about 50% of it being relocated on the park as berms and play features and stuff like that. And the other 50% was hauled away. That was approximately $200,000. So that, again, might have been the second highest cost. The highest cost is the walls. New walls, and again, that allowed us to get deep fast, but also have a very nice clean edge at the pedestrian level to kind of have a cap and a clean level. We could do more organic type environments with riprap but aren't able to get down as fast, and getting the down to the 5 feet level quickly allows us to not be creating any of those, encouraging those nutrient loads that we were talking about earlier. It does include put a new bentonite seal on the floor for almost $18,000, and then some minor dollars for landscape renovation, aeration, electric supply. We then added some contingencies to give you flexibility on what year you'd like to do it, and some design support if needed. So all that is kind of wrapped into that. The red text looks very scary. We don't believe that's going to be required by KDHE or the EPA. But again, we wanted to say that, if the levels continue to get high and becomes a waste site, that becomes a problem. But perhaps anyways, it's a question that can be asked.
At what point in the process would we know whether option 2 was required?
I think well, you already have the sample from the ground, from the floor of the pond. You could physically just ask the KDHE what they think.
A portion of that newly constructed wall will be above the water line. My assumption is this is pretty utilitarian in terms of design. In terms of aesthetics, sometimes you see stacked limestone or other decorative features. What's the assumed construction material for the wall itself, and what might it look like in this configuration?
So the limestone boulders is dramatically more expensive, labor intensive than a simple 8-inch tall precast concrete block wall that's got rock backfill and geotextile kind of holding it in place. It was in essence mimicking what you have now, which allows you to kind of have some of the walls coming high up out of the water for that similar aesthetic, and doesn't require any grading or movement of your sidewalks that are in place. So we were kind of trying to add a level of creativity to match kind of what you're used to seeing, not minimizing the lake too much by coming in 4 feet or so, and provide you the aesthetic that you're used to seeing, but a cleaner, newer look.
And I'm not criticizing your design. I think you were creative in coming up with a solution with what's already in place, abandoning in place as much as we can and avoiding the expense of that, and just really trying to set expectations as we have a conversation with the city commission of what can be expected at that estimated $900,000 cost.
I'm going to look to staff, and maybe McClure can answer this too, but One of the concerns we had when we discussed draining the pond a year or whenever, a year and a half ago, was the concern that the walls would collapse. And part of this is draining the pond. So I guess my concern is if we drain the pond and we find out we have structural loss of integrity in that wall, then we have considerably more cost involved.
Yeah, I need to defer to McClure. I certainly understand your question, but they might have a more informed answer.
I'll go first, Jim. Specifically, if there's a way to go back to this section, it's when the water is pumped down from the pond, it's to place aggregate backfill, as Jim had mentioned, behind what would be the new wall. So even if that new wall fails, and some of it falls in, you're going to be replacing
The old wall fails.
I misspoke. Thank you. If the old wall fails in portions, it's going to be replaced with aggregate and then covered up with something that can grow, some type of landscape or even sod or seed. Jim, feel free to add.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, our new excavation is out from the wall, the existing wall. And so if it's 4 or 5 feet and then you have a 3-foot flat zone before you actually start trying to get down to your 10-foot. So we're saying that the future excavation is outside of the current kind of footprint of the current walls. And in essence, the walls, we believe, have some, the current walls have some earth against them right now on the inside. You're right. We don't know what the condition is, how much the wave action has really hurt the cement below it. If there was pictures taken when you drained it, we could take a look at it, show it to our structural engineers. I think the loss of future dollars would be like the elevated sidewalk that's on the west side, and the fear of kind of structurally hurting that. But that wall was reinforced, or that point which was broke down was reinforced, and we leave all that reinforcing still in place. So I think you've protected some of that potential deterioration based on that last structural enhancement. So and that's really where the walk is the closest and highest. So again, we can always study it more, but we don't believe that we're gonna cause a lot of additional dollars.
But, and I guess practically speaking, we did drain it down here this season. So we got our eyes on it, but it also didn't fail.
But in short, the implementation of this plan doesn't rely on the integrity of those original walls, is the takeaway I'm getting.
Correct.
Okay.
They're nodding their heads on Zoom as well, but correct.
When we drained the pond in April, we brought it down to the deepest point was then 33 inches. So it was a little more than 2.5 feet. And that was the deepest point, but the walls were rather exposed.
Just have a question on the aerators. Does the output from the aerator have to be close to the water surface? I know you mentioned it comes up only about a foot above the water surface as opposed to a fountain which spews the water way up and subject to wind currents. If we had a rock formation of some type in the water, can the aerators be brought up into the rock so they comes out at different levels, and water still be aerated, or does it have to be right above the surface of the water?
The aerator that we had previously at Jerry Ivey Pond, that's not in there now, grabbed air at the surface, but I don't believe that it took it down deep enough to aerate and bring up to the surface. It was a rather simple device that took air from the air and brought it down and tried to diffuse it and bring it up to the surface. And you're right, the fountain would really serve a purpose of circulation. But I believe just that there are some, and I'm not an expert. I shouldn't be able to. I would not speak about how much aeration a fountain would bring. we're putting the fountain back in to have the little bit of circulation, so we can allow the end bioorganics device to do a little better job. And I know that Jim and Matt we talked about quite a bit about it. There are some people that they haven't touched that are great fountain people, aeration people, but that was not part of their report today.
Okay.
Other than the suggestion of including aerators and fountains.
Does anyone know the history when the algae bloom first became an issue?
I don't have that for you today.
Has it been 10 years? You guys, it's 12?
It seems fairly recent to
Forever?
me. And I've been with the city going on 17, almost 18 years. It doesn't feel like it was
Yeah, it doesn't
the
seem like
case
it's been that
the
long.
entire time, in a handful of years.
Caitlin is researching rapidly from KDHE, trying to find that data.
So, commissioners, it seems to me there's about 4 possible decision points or key points that I'd offer up for you. One is, this is very much a value proposition. The estimated cost compared to the value that it adds. There's a reliance on groundwater, and just want to make sure you're aware of that and see what your level of comfort is with that. Aesthetics, I described it earlier as utilitarian, not a criticism on McClure at all. We asked them to come up with a cost-effective solution. So that's kind of maybe a 2-part question for you, whether the aesthetics, as you understand it, is acceptable. If it isn't, then what the expectation might be, and there's obviously added costs that would go with that. And then lastly, the life cycle. It sounds like 25-year life cycle. That's what we saw out of this particular pond. I guess my point is, this isn't a fix it once and walk away proposition. It will have some form of life cycle. Don't know the cost. There's some measures that could be put in place to try to intercept the silt, more so than maybe happening today, but don't know how cost-effective dredging or trying to remove that silt might be somewhere out in the future. So there may be other questions you have. There may be other talking points, but as we try to kind of frame this for you in hopes of having a conversation, getting some preliminary direction from you and how you'd like to proceed, those are the things that I think.
One question. This plan, this includes putting the fountain back in the way it was, or still to be determined would be the aesthetic part above the water?
Well, I think there's a need for aeration.
Right.
I have a concern about the fountain that was there previously drifting onto park patrons on the sidewalk in general. So I think if we're going to be effective, we're going to have to look at an alternate form of aeration rather than just reuse what we might already have in our system.
So you want an opinion on, because this plan basically gets us what should be an algae-free pond.
Correct. It shores up
Right.
the
And a
failing
pond that
walls,
doesn't leak. right.
and it creates a habitat that hopefully is not conducive to ongoing, a petri dish that continues to grow algae. So I think question number 1 is, well, if all your questions are answered about the proposed approach, then I think question number 1 is just that value proposition of the estimated cost compared to the amenity that we're building and whether it's a priority for you.
Well, if you count it for me on the deferred maintenance list, that's what, 40,000 a year? So it's, I think I did my math right. Is that right? Yeah. To get to $1 million? Yeah. Which, for something that big, is acceptable to me.
It's not that cheap, but the public has indicated that they like and prefer the water feature being there, so I guess I'd like to see it, if this is the best solution we think we have.
And my thought is that we can't just continue this unsafe, hazardous, disgusting looking body of water. So,
That reminds me too. One alternative is filling it in. Did we get a cost estimate on
We did.
that?
Thank you. I got that today. Was not part of the report that you have. McClure did provide some data or some cost estimating for filling it in. It's approximately $150,000 to fill in. That was based on an estimated cost of cubic yards to fill, and then also sodding or seeding that, and then some contingency built in based on when we're able to do this. So it was approximately $150,000 that Jim shared with me today. We could certainly save some sodding cost and seed it ourselves, so there could be some savings there, but it was approximately $150,000.
Would that be leaving the walls?
Jim, did you include, oh, Matt, thank you.
I think you could basically push the walls in if you were to fill it in and then fill on top of it. So they would basically be abandoned in place.
Except for where it's holding up the sidewalk. So I think in summary, your design got you 25 good years. I mean, that's the life of a good pond at that point. So like you're kind of like, you got a great life out of the first one, the first time, and now it's decided if you want to keep moving forward with that, but you got a good value out of it for the first 25 years. And so definitely think that was a positive.
Let me just ask one question. I may be totally backwards on this. Is the output from the aerator under the water or above the water? I mean,
Minimally above the water, but I'll defer to McClure.
yeah, please.
You want to go?
Go, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, it should be bubbles coming up is what the aerator should create. So it wouldn't be that fountain that was previously mentioned, and we wouldn't want that either. But the output would be bubble kind of below the surface and then bubbling up. That's all you should see is the bubbles coming up.
Right. And aeration is very inexpensive. You see it's only like $2,000 each, plus electrical service. They're built different ways. Some of them, the pipe that's sucking in the oxygen is outside of the lake edge and is actually being pumped and then comes up in the middle at the bottom of the lake. So again, it can be all one unit that's being held down by weight, or it's actually attached to the shoreline.
Right. And this pond would have just one aerator or several? Two? All right. And that would be enough to do the job? Okay.
Just to add to the aerator conversation, we do have an aerator at Lakewood Park at the pond. There, it's anchored to the bottom. It's solar powered, so there's no required electricity. That's because we try to maintain a fisheries, and we have fish in Lakewood Pond, so we have an aerator on there. A little more sophisticated than the one we had purchased for Jerry Ivey.
Is that aerator right where those solar panels are?
The solar panel is part of the aerator, so it's built almost like a floating dock, if you will. You can't really, you can boat out to it to, monitor or maintain it. Yeah. So I think that'd be something similar to that we would look at for Jerry Ivey.
Useful to move an aerator of that type around in a pond setting like this? I mean, thinking of my robo vacuum, I mean, can the aerator move? It's
anchored to the bottom of the lake. However, it does move with wind. So it does move around, but it doesn't move around that. It's not very large area where it moves within the middle of the Lakewood Lake.
Lakewood has not had an algae bloom this year, has it?
Not this year, no. Has before. I remember one a few years back, but.
It sounds like I might be in the minority, but I said this before we did the survey, I was for filling it in. And again, that was when we had the goose problem, and if that would come back, that, is another issue. Water features are, expensive. We're spending millions of dollars on a river that's going to be a water feature for the community. I live out that direction. I just don't see a lot of people hanging around the pond, You can still have a sidewalk. You can still have a walking path there that's used. I'm not sure I see the water being a big draw to Jerry Ivey Park for the cost. So that's kind of my take. And I'm definitely against it if we have the option 2 that has to go in that gets us another. I mean, I look at the deferred maintenance we have on our parks and stuff, and that 900,000 could go a long ways to take care of some of those. Well, 900 minus the 150, so.
My thoughts had been, we got to do something. And I had thought previously of filling it in, but that doesn't mean that someday we couldn't go back and put a well-designed water feature back. I just don't know how cost-effective this is to try to fix this, because I don't have much faith in those walls.
I think the only other option we considered was a different type of water feature. Smaller one with fountains, rocks, memorial garden, or something. And of course, that can be simple and inexpensive or very expensive, but it would require filling in a lot of that just to create the feature.
You're thinking maybe just a little water feature behind the gazebo there?
A little bigger, but that's, I like fountains and displays, so
Well, I have to
I'm
admit,
a little biased.
from staff's perspective, the last conversation you had was, are there other water features? We investigated that a little bit, but didn't have a point of comparison of cost of what fixing the pond might cost compared to some of the water features that we're seeing. A lot of those aren't cheap either, but I don't think they're in this price range. But so we really pursued what is the fix to Jerry Ivey Pond, with that kind of being the initial expectation and that cost being a reference point. If you wanted us to, I realize time is of the essence and nothing moves quickly, but if you want to entertain the idea of a water feature in place of the pond, I think we could start with a baseline assumption about the cost to fill it, and then possibly just give you some examples of, here's something that was done in another location and here's how much it costs. But I think we'll be in the hundreds of thousands pretty quickly there as well. But you might be able to do that for a third of this cost.
Well, I'd like to see the options. Just, you still end up with the opportunity for photos and the aesthetics, and the parts that you fill in can be landscape similar to the formal gardens in Sunset Park. It doesn't have to be just like that, but you still have a central area of interest that people can walk around. They're not just walking around a grass field.
So, and I'm not trying to lead you to a conclusion, but what I think I'm hearing is a continued commitment to a water feature, openness to spending this amount of money on a pond solution, but some interest in a alternate water feature at a lesser cost.
I kind of agreed a little bit with Commissioner Longbine, and this is an issue we really kind of need to get taken. It's It's been here. If we did something by the time we get engineered, if we're going to do a different type of water feature by the time we come up with what we want, I'm for filling it in, and then if we want to address a water feature in the future, we can do that, and look at our budgeting, what we want to do budget-wise. But I just have a hard time spending, close to $1 million on this pond. And still, and still not knowing, I guess, 100% that it's going to take care of our issue. I mean, it sounds like it should, but, and two, having a 10-foot deep pond in the middle of a park, do we have any liability concerns there?
I was going to weigh in the same direction. I do think it's important, as Commissioner Longbine has said, is that we do something sooner than later about this. So I guess to fill in and then look at some other options for some kind of aesthetic out there would, if making this decision today, that's where I would be.
Of course, you fill it in, then you're going to excavate it when you put in your feature. I just don't see a point in moving
There are
that
water
dirt twice.
features that might not
Yeah.
require excavation. I mean, I'm a fountain guy, but
Yeah, if we didn't have the safety hazard, in the disgusting situation we have, I think I would be leaning more toward fixing this. But like I said, we got to do something now, pretty quick.
Well, I mean,
Can't go another summer like this.
right, but I mean, as far as deciding what we're going to do, I don't know that we need a decision by October 1st. I mean, whatever we do, it's not going to get done till next year anyway.
Well, and I assume you all recall, but we did conduct a citizen survey, and admittedly, that was without any cost attached to it. It's awful easy to get it, attached to an idea without a cost, but if we're headed down the path of filling it in and then seeking a water feature later, I feel some sense of obligation to kind of communicate that word out there and provide an opportunity for additional feedback before we make a definitive decision. But again, that's up to you as a governing body.
I would certainly share that opinion. I mean, the public said they basically like the fountain, they like the pond. But we have not presented other water features formally.
So I'm going to put McClure on the spot a little bit. Without a full-blown design of water feature, but just examples of actual water features that you've done or may have been done elsewhere, how quickly could you, there's a name for it, a visual preference survey type, here's some examples and here's some prices that go along with them? Is that something you could prepare?
We'd love to prepare that. We've done that for sure. To us, it's not about how fast can we produce, it's how fast can we actually get the right people in the room. And so if it's a public meeting or something like that, your communication officer would know, but that's about a month out, I would think. So our turnaround to create a visual preference survey, and we're a big fan of that, that allows us to show this is what it looks like and this is what it costs. What you've been talking about is correct. I mean, there are plenty of great examples at $1 million price tag that allow the public to engage, have some body, depth and some public art and other things like that. You start to bring it down the cost when you put the tank underground, so the actual storage body is underground, so it starts to look more like a splash pad where the water disappears and you have just kind of the jets, or the vertical is available. If we're having people playing in them, then you have chlorination systems and UV and other things. And so again, what is the real use? Is it something to be seen from a distance, something for photo moment, social media moment, or are we wanting people to be in there touching it? So really there is a huge gamut available to you to consider. So I do think that is a possibility. The time frame's not really on us. We can act pretty quick. It's just when can we get to the right people?
A month?
We could certainly, I think,
Schedule for about a
staff-wise
month,
and McClure-wise, we could try to turn that. You as a governing body, if you have consensus of how you'd like to proceed, we're happy to try to make that happen. I think if the expectation is that we're not going to go another season with the pond like it is, that kind of sets a time frame as well that we can talk through that, okay, when would we have to put something out to bid so that we commence construction in the spring and take it out of circulation one way or the other. Fill it without a definitive plan or have an alternative chosen and ready to go.
I think it's definitely a quandary because the right answer from a budgetary perspective is to fill it in. I think there's a lot of non-quantifiables when it comes to a water feature or pond in terms of quality of life and the number of people that particular park services, because I think in terms of population density and the number of parks in that area, and it's an area that's being developed, and it will be for a while, I think it deserves something. And then I'm going to throw in the fact that that park is named after a fallen Salina PD officer, and I think it deserves more than just to be filled in and left flat. I remember the park when it was that way when I was a kid, and it was very, very sparse.
So what I've heard from you is we want a water feature, we want a solution. We've got about 30 days to work through a visual preference survey. I don't think that's at the community level, but we could report back to you. And I need to talk with McClure a little bit, but I think we probably need to be in some price ranges of $250,000 to $350,000, $500,000, $1 million. Bring that back, let you take a look at it, see what your receptivity to that is, all the while knowing that we're one way or the other, this has to come to a head for a decision and award of a contract early spring.
I was actually thinking some of the same things that Commissioner Lenkowitz mentioned. I mean, it is a memorial park, and they could be a peace garden, a memorial park. I mean, it could be any number of things. I think more inspirational than just a grass field.
Okay. I do want to thank McClure. They've been very helpful in terms of getting down to the nuts and bolts of what our challenge is and what our solution is. So we'll continue to pursue some options here, if that's okay with you as a group.
Yeah. Gentlemen, I want to thank all three of you for coming to the meeting and sticking in there the whole time. Appreciate it. All righty. We will adjourn until 4 o'clock. All right, welcome to the September 19th, 2022 meeting of the Salina City Commission. Ask the city clerk if the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May I have roll call, please?
Mayor Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Here.
Commissioner Linkowitz.
Here.
Commissioner Longbine.
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here?
Thank you. All who are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We will start off with proclamation.
Item 3.1, recognition of the day of October 7, 2022 as Marymount College Reunion and Centennial Celebration Day in the city of Salina. John Quinley of the Marymount College Alumni Association will read the proclamation.
Mr. Quinley, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Whereas on October 7th and 8th, 2022, attendees, graduates, and administration will come together to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the opening of the Nazareth Academy in Marymount College. Whereas the celebration will recognize the association with the Sisters of St. Joseph, Concordia, Kansas, and the Salina Catholic Diocese. Whereas Marymount College of Kansas played an important part in furthering the education of thousands of students from Kansas, the United States, and various points around the world in business, nursing, education, music and drama, as well as other areas of study. Whereas Marymount College of Kansas played an integral role in furthering the Catholic faith among its students, as well as other religious denominations. Whereas Marymount College of Kansas possessed a nationally ranked basketball program for over a decade. Whereas Marymount College of Kansas closed in 1989, but the spirit lives on around the world with their alumni family.
Thank you.
We planned this reunion for October, and all the registrations come to me, and I think we're going to have over 300 people in town. That's counting some people from Salina, but you all know most reunions, people from town is the lowest category. But I think we'll have over 300 people.
Any special events that the public might be able to participate in? Even at cost?
I hate to say no, but I think we're bumping ceilings. But Friday night we're going to be at the garage. Saturday we'll have tours downtown and tours of the former Marymount College and the Kansas Highway Patrol buildings. And then Saturday night we'll be at the Tony's Pizza Event Center.
So all citizens should be aware of all of our new locations in town and
Yep.
be very gracious hosts.
Yeah, it'll
Thank
be
you.
great.
Come on up front here and I'll give you this signed proclamation. We will now move on to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of September 12, 2022.
Right. Any discussion, corrections, amendments to the minutes?
Mayor Davis, I move we approve consent agenda item 5.1.
Second?
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We'll now move to administration 6.1.
Item 6.1, sale of city-owned parcel at 409 West Euclid.
Commissioners,
Sorry, Mr. Henderson. Okay.
Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager for the City of Salina. Just to refresh your memory a little bit about this individual parcel, this parcel is located at the just off of the intersection of West Euclid and North 9th Street.
Excuse me, Mr. Henderson. Could you, is the room on the screen for people at home? We are? Okay. Okay, because usually I can see us as a little tiny box up there. I was just, okay, just wanted to make sure it was on.
I don't think it is.
It's on screen right now.
It is? Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Sorry. Thanks. Okay.
So the city acquired this parcel in 2015. At that point in time, there was both a garage and a home on the parcel that was in a seriously deteriorated condition. The individual wasn't able to effectuate the repairs that were needed, and the parcel was transferred to the ownership to the city. The individual who did own the parcel at that time did end up pulling the demolition permit, even though it was after the property was transferred to the city. So the city was not liable for the costs of the demolition of both the garage and the structure. Currently, the parcel has no structures on it and is a fairly large and narrow parcel, as you can see from the images in your RFP package. We ended up posting an RFP because there'd been some interest expressed in this parcel. And this is a fairly large parcel compared to many of the other parcels that the city owns, which will eventually be going into the land bank. Oftentimes, those are much smaller parcels, which are not really viable. This one is a fairly large developable parcel. We issued an RFP for the sale of the parcel, gave people a month to respond. We received 2 responses. One was from 3100 from Alani Wilson, and then the other response was for 6300 from Rodney Bradshaw. Those are the 2 responses we have. The City Commission has wide discretion in what they would like to do with this parcel. Staff has outlined 4 potential options. You could accept one of the bids. You could accept the bid with additional conditions or requirements. You could ask that the RFP be resubmitted and we solicit further interest in the property, or you could elect to retain ownership of the parcel with the city. Staff has no recommendation in this, and I'd be open to any questions or input from the City Commission.
Commissioner Longby?
No questions.
Commissioner Ryan?
The appraised value of the property was?
The appraised value?
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that? The county has the value of the parcel at $5,780. However, that's the county appraised value. We have not paid the cost for an actual appraisal of the individual parcel.
Thank you.
No questions.
I've driven by that parcel, and I think the bid's adequate for where that property lies and the surrounding properties around it.
And that was getting to what my question was going to be, if an appraised value would be significantly different from the county's value, and I don't have a personal yardstick to use, and obviously the 2 of you to my left probably do, but we had not had this appraised or looked at any other vacant properties in the area for which we could make comparisons.
Correct.
Okay.
You may recall that we came forward in early August with kind of the fact that we had a request for us to consider selling it and the proposed approach. I don't recall us discussing having it appraised at that time, but given the cost of the appraisal and the anticipated cost of the anticipated bids that we might receive, we didn't identify that as cost effective, I guess. The county appraisal is a reference point, not necessarily spot on. Just based on activity in that area, I don't know that there's any comparable activity that we're aware of in a similar lot in that vicinity.
Just for adding up dollars, what would our cost for an appraisal have been? Just rough round figure.
We haven't done one in a while. 500.
Depends on how busy they are. I mean, you see appraisals costing between $400 and $500 anymore. Okay. And again, that's on a residential. I'm not sure what I'll be honest with you, they're charging currently for just vacant ground. And again, it'd be finding comps to go to try to value this property? Because you can't use this property compared to lots being sold in Stone Lake or Magnolia Hills or any of that, because the dollar per square foot would be significantly different.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the public? Any comments from the public? Okay.
Norman Mantle, Salina. When did the city get in the business of real estate? Is the city allowed to compete against private enterprise if you own this property? Number two, can you guys stand up closer, speak closer to the microphone? We can't hear you. I can't. And I've got good hearing. But I can't hear none of you guys. You could get up a little closer. Pretend it's your wife. You're trying to talk to her or make love to her. Get up close. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Please. It's just, you're mumbling. So if you got a soft voice, well, speak it up a little louder.
Right.
But you're competing against private enterprise if you're going to end up owning this property. And private enterprise pays taxes.
I don't believe so. Mr. Hennessy, could you explain how we got this property?
So this property came into the hands of the city through the process because there was a dangerous structure that was located on the building, namely being the house and the garage. They were in danger of falling apart. The individual that owned the parcel did not have the funds or the ability to repair them. They agreed to donate the parcel to the city and to actually then demolish the structures due to the safety of the structure. So the city candidly does not want to own property because then we have to maintain it. We have liability for it. So the preference is for the city not to own the property so it can be on the property rolls. But in certain circumstances where individuals are unable to maintain the property or anything else, that is the purpose for the city and or a land bank to acquire the property to get it back onto the rolls.
I guess I would add two things. It doesn't happen all that often, but on occasion, we'll find a derelict property or an abandoned property where the circumstances are family relatives may have inherited it knowingly or unknowingly. Just a number of circumstances that cause them to not be attached to the property. And as we approach them about code enforcement, they'll ask, can I just give it to you? So that's happened in other instances. And this particular action item is not acquiring property, it's disposing of property so that it goes back into private ownership.
But why is it taking so long?
We formed a land bank, and when we acquired it, there was some conversation about, and that's not unique to Salina, it's a way to try to take properties that aren't otherwise actively being redeveloped and try to find a way to get them developed. There hasn't been a whole lot of interest in this property residentially. There was some inquiries about it commercially recently.
And I'm assuming right now the city is not charging, does the county does not charge the city property tax?
Correct.
Okay. And so right now, no property tax is being
Correct.
collected.
And then we have maintenance obligation to mow it at city expense.
Right.
Ben Winholt, Salina. Question for the deputy. Did the city pay for the demolition of the house and the garage?
No. The individual who owned the property pulled the demolition permit and paid for the demolition, so the city did not incur those costs.
Okay, so basically a county appraisal of $5,780, and you've got a highest bid of a little over $6,000 for it, correct? Minus the costs of the city has had to mow it for as long as they've owned it, correct?
Those are the costs, yes, and the appraised values.
Okay, and is this property zoned residential or commercial?
It's actually, it appears that it was actually zoned commercial. What the odd thing is in the past, there was a single-family home on the property. However, the sale of the property would be subject to zoning whatever the person, and a building permit, setback requirements, and all those other permits. But currently, the parcel is, according to the zoning administrator, is actually zone C5. And so that's what it's currently zoned as.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other question, any other comments, concerns from the commissioners?
With that, Mayor Davis, I move we accept the bid of $6,300 from Rodney Bradshaw for the purchase of the east 70 feet of the west 140 feet of lots 4 and 5, Block 1, Tucker Park addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas, more commonly referred to as 409 West Euclid.
I'll second that.
Looking for a short version of that to repeat, but it has been moved and seconded to accept the bid from Mr. Rodney Bradshaw for $6,100.
63.
$6,300, thank you. For the property at 409 West Euclid. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on now to 6.2, budget.
Item 6.2, 2023 budget. 6.2A, approve ordinance number 22-11129 on second reading, adopting and appropriating the 2023 annual budget. 6.2B, approve resolution number 22-8071, adopting the salary table, position classification, and salary schedule for city employees for 2023. And 6.2C, approve resolution number 22-8070, adopting the 2023 comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina, Kansas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. The ordinance 221129 was passed on first reading last week, September 12, 2022, adopting and appropriating the 2023 annual budget. The staffing table for 2023 includes 495 positions, which is up from 490 in 2022, as was detailed in last week's meeting. The 2023 position classification and salary schedules that are provided provide for a 3% pay adjustment or cost of living effective January 1st, 2023, and a maximum merit increase of 4% in accordance with City Commission direction obtained during the city budget hearings. The comprehensive fee schedule has been reviewed and has been proposed to be adjusted for several of the fees to increase due to inflation and market pricing. These fees will be effective January 1st, 2023. This schedule does include the water and wastewater fees for 2023, which usually comes to you later in the year, but those are being recommended with no increases for 2023. Staff has identified a couple of other additional policies relating to cemetery after-hours language and limits on additional carts for sanitation that still need to be reviewed, and those may come back to you at a later date with an amendment to the comprehensive fee schedule. Some of the other fees that are not being adjusted at the time include Parks and Recreation, due to the fact that these are governed under the Resolution 136968, which is the City of Salina Parks and Recreation revenue and pricing policy. So those could come back to you later if those are recommended to be increased for 2023. The 2023 budget sets the authorization for the city. It sets the amount that we can spend as we submit that information to the state. And it was formulated with the proposed salary and fee adjustments that I mentioned earlier. So we have 3 action items today. First is adopt ordinance number 211129 on second reading. You can, your options are to approve that on second reading, postpone consideration of the ordinance, or not approve it at all, which would create a budget violation because we need to submit our budget to the city or to the county by October 1st. Resolution 22801, same options to approve the resolution, to approve it with amendments, postpone, or not to. Adopt the resolution for the current staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule, which would effectively leave those expenditures and those items as they're set currently. And Finally, Resolution 228070, adopting the comprehensive fee schedule. Those options, again, is to approve, amend, or postpone, or not to approve, which would then leave the fees set as they were in 2022. Staff recommends option number 1 for all 3 items. And I would stand for any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, I guess we can do these sequentially, just so that there's questions from the public. We can do it topic by topic. Any questions regarding the budget? Right. Any questions, comments from the public regarding the budget? All right. Any action to be taken on the budget?
Mayor, I move we approve on second reading ordinance number 22-11129, adopting and appropriating the 2023 annual budget.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve on second reading ordinance 22-11129, adopting and appropriating the 2023 annual budget. We'll have roll call vote.
Commissioner Hoppick.
Aye.
Commissioner Linkowitz.
Aye.
Commissioner Longbine.
Aye.
Commissioner Ryan.
Aye.
Mayor Davis.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Any action to be taken, any comments or questions regarding the salary table, position classification, and salary schedule? None? All right. Any questions, comments from the public? And I forgot to ask if anyone was online for the last, no one? Okay, thank you. All right, any action to be taken on Resolution 22-8071?
Mayor Davis, I move we approve Resolution 22-8071, adopting the staffing table, position classification, and salary schedule for city employees for 2023.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve Resolution number 22-8071. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Motion carries 5-0. And any questions, comments regarding the comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina? Not up here. Any from the public? All right, any action to be taken?
Mayor Davis, I move that we approve Resolution 8070, adopting the 2023 comprehensive fee schedule for the city of Salina, Kansas.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Resolution number 22-8070. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We will now move to 6.3.
Item 6.3, approve ordinance number 22-11130 on first reading, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2023.
Ms. Pack, before you get started, I want to ask, being a business owner in the BID district, should I recuse myself? I just thought of that, and I'm sitting here going, I'm setting fees for myself, so I think I will, just to be on the safe side.
I think you're certainly able to do so under the appearance of bias.
Yeah.
You're not, I don't believe you're technically in conflict, but that's your prerogative.
Since it's not asking for a raise, I think I will, so I'll just.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This, too, is an item that's related somewhat to the budget, but annually we have to adopt by ordinance the fees that are established by the Salina Business Improvement District. The statute governs procedures creating these types of districts, and in 1987, or in 1983, the City Commission approved and created the BID, which is the Downtown Business Improvement District. This program runs off of these fees. They also get funding from the City of Salina through CID and other opportunities that we provide for them. The CID board has recommended an increase of 0% for 2023. As you can see, over the past 10 years, their increases have been between 0 and about 3% annually. I've also provided in your sheets how much those fees are for each of the different types of businesses within the district. With a 0% increase, the annual collection of fees is roughly about $100,000 for the downtown district. So your options for this item is to approve ordinance 221130 levying Salina Business Improvement District service fees for 2023, to approve that with amendments as you deem appropriate, to postpone consideration, giving city staff direction on the additional information that you might deem require for further consideration, or approve the ordinance on first reading and provide us with direction if you need additional information prior to the second reading, or vote to deny this ordinance resulting in the city not adopting fees for the Business Improvement District for 2023. Staff recommends option number 1. I'll stand for any questions.
All right. Any questions? Questions? All right. Any questions, comments from the public?
For lack of a better place to fit, this sounds like my place to fit. I'm Kevin Brown. I'm the carriage driver that used to reside in Salina. I do not anymore. And me and the mayor talked a little earlier about the Clydesdales coming to town. That is a parade. I stood up here on the deal and I asked whether the parade was
Mr. Brown?
exempt.
Yeah, that would be better for Citizens Forum.
Citizens Forum?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to wait.
No,
my
I
turn.
understand. I
This
appreciate it.
fit in the deal where it was downtown business. I mean, I'm supposed to get a permit, but I don't, it's not fair.
Okay. But don't leave. All right, thank you. Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Dalton McDowell, Salina. How much of this monies that you're sending or that you're doing downtown is going to SDI? Because the city funds SDI to a certain point.
For these particular fees, all of those fees go to downtown. The only exception would be if we have to collect any of them, send them to collection, and the city gets charged a fee for that collection, we would deduct that. But these are a straight pass-through to SDI.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any action to be taken by the commission?
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 22-111130, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2023.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11130 on first reading, levying Salina Business Improvement District Number 1 service fees for 2023. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. And allow Commissioner Hoppick to come back. And we can move on to 6.4.
Item 6.4, Public Works Sanitation Building. 6.4A, approve adding the new sanitation building construction to the 2023 CIP. 6.4B, approve relocation of the salt spreader racks from the General Services Yard located at 412 East Ash Street to the vacant city property adjacent to the city fuel site located at 319 East Elm Street.
Mr. Kowach.
Mayor, Commissioners, Jim Kowach, Salina Public Works Department. I'm the Operations Manager. We've got two separate but related items for you this evening. The first is to approve adding the new sanitation building to the 2023 Capital Improvement Plan. And the second one is to approve relocation of the salt spreader racks from our General Services yards located at 412 East Ash Street to the vacant city property adjacent to the city fuel site located at 319 East Elm Street. And to go through the background information, I've just got a few slides. We've been before you several times talking about the new sanitation trucks, the carts, the sanitation master plan, all of those kinds of things. We've made a major investment in the automated side load trucks and have talked most recently at the November 22nd study session about the proposed sanitation building and protecting those trucks. Proposed fees for the 2022 comprehensive fee schedule that we're currently collecting for the purchase of the building to protect those trucks. The vehicles cost about $250,000. We've got 6 of them. We're proposing an 8-bay next slide, please, an 8-bay storage building. The vehicles, the 6 trucks will be stored in the building at night. They'll be heated in the wintertime, which will protect the hydraulic systems on those trucks. But during the day, we've got a wash bay proposed, which will make it big enough for the operator to wash both sides of the trucks. Our current bays, the doors aren't big enough for the trucks, and they can't wash. They have to wash one side and then the other because it's so close to the adjacent wall. Also, there's a proposed service bay that'll have a mechanics pit so they can actually get under the trucks and work on them. And then the remaining 2 bays will be used to store the equipment from the old Quonset building that we're tearing down to replace it with this building. So we've had to shuffle around some of the other streets equipment, but we're going to use 2 bays for streets equipment and all 6 bays for the new sanitation trucks. Next slide, please. This is an overhead of the current general services yard. In the upper right-hand corner is the proposed site for the new sanitation building. It's where the current Quonset hut is that stores some street equipment and building materials. It's up in the upper right-hand corner. It's just a big metal building. We went through the Board of Zoning Appeals and got the setback variance for the new building at this location. The demolition contract has been advertised, awarded, and preparing to remove the Quonset building later this fall. To put the new sanitation building in that location, we also need to relocate the salt spreader racks, which are the big metal things that go in the backs of our dump trucks that hold the salt during a snow event. We take them off when we're using the dump trucks. They hang in the air. We back in, load them up, and then when we're done, we put them back, and then we are able to use the dump trucks to haul asphalt, rock, and materials during the rest of the year. So we've got some in the upper right-hand corner that are in the way of the new proposed building, and then we've also got some more salt spreader racks right adjacent to the river behind the general services offices. We're wanting to consolidate those into a single location to make it more efficient, but then also kind of get them off-site because this is such a crowded or busy area between our flood department, our traffic department, the other sanitation operations, street department. That back area gets pretty congested. We'd like to remove those racks and then also provide maybe some employee parking, which the majority of our employees have to park on the street, on Ash Street or 3rd Street. And then we're also just trying to clean up the general appearance of this area because it's along the Smoky Hill River, right adjacent to one of the key features on Iron Street. So we're wanting to clean up our area. We want to get a building that's more functional. It will be heated so that we'll protect the equipment during the winter. So for easier starts and then just easier on the hydraulic systems. We've got, right now we've got those 2 locations. We have 5 in one spot and 6 in the other. Actually, when we relocate it, we're going to cut those apart, move them with our street staff, and then fill in a couple gaps, and we'll have 13 when we're done. And that'll provide us 2 additional spots for the lightweight salt spreaders for our 1-ton trucks that are foreman drive. So right now they have to sit them on the ground and they're harder to load and those kinds of things. So we're just getting the minimum that we need for our current fleet. Next slide, please, Scott. That's the existing Quonset building. We've got really low ceilings. It's not insulated. We can fit bobcats and small equipment in there, but our backhoes, our dump trucks, those kinds of things can't really be stored in that building. Next slide, please. Those are the existing salt spreader racks, which we propose to move as part of this yard consolidation, and then they're identical to the ones that are behind the general services. That's the footprint of the new building, just from the top, showing you that it's almost the identical location to the existing building. The setback off of Ash Street is the same. It's adjacent to our facilities management building on the left side there. We will tear out the concrete slab as part of the building construction. We actually are demolishing the building this fall in preparation of letting that contract sometime next spring. Next slide. And this is the proposed location next to the city fueling site, but the general public may know it as our household hazardous waste site. It's open to the general public to either bring stuff in or come get it. But it's just a vacant yard right now with a ditch. We plan on proposing to fill in the ditch, put a culvert in that ditch, pave over the top of it, put a chain link fence around it just for security, add some security lighting. It's a utilities yard, very similar to what we're proposing just to the north of that, all city property for the water department, and then our loafing shed that has more storage for city equipment. And I'm going to go through kind of the rest of the story now as far as the original cost estimate to tear down the Quonset, design and build a new building, and relocate the salt racks. When we prepared an estimate last fall, was $375,000. And that was just a general rough estimate. As we developed more detailed plans and applied current pricing to the construction materials, the materials and the construction, the estimate for just the sanitation building is $435,000. And that is a strong red iron building that Commissioner Peck asked about earlier that's appropriate for commercial use. The salt rack yard, to reconstruct it, just the materials with our own folks doing the work, is $84,000. And the demolition cost to remove the Quonset previously approved was $6,000. So the total cost is $525,000. We had a previous estimate of $375,000, so we're about $150,000 over. The target fund balance for the sanitation department is currently estimated to have a balance of $810,000 at the end of this year. The current target fund balance for the sanitation department is $500,000. Speaking with the city manager and finance director, the operating budget for the sanitation department is $3.75 million a year, and they felt it was more appropriate to have a target fund balance closer to 20%. A 20% target fund balance would be $750,000 instead of $500,000. So, and we're currently projecting $810,000. So we've got $60,000 that can be used to spend down some of the extra costs, to offset the extra costs, and still maintain a pretty hefty target fund balance for sanitation. Just a reminder, the sanitation fund, we had been building it up substantially over the last several years, and just this past year we spent $1.164 million purchasing all the new sanitation carts with cash rather than financing. And then we also bought the location for the Salina drive-through recycling center with cash, $262,000. So we've been saving up for that rainy day, and we've purchased things and saved the bonding money for those two expensive items just in the last year, and we still have a pretty substantial balance. Unfortunately, the street department has had 8 to 10 vacancies most of this year. Hopefully that will be getting better with the salary plan that you folks have just approved. But because of those 8 to 10 vacancies, our street salary budget is projected to be about $300,000 below at the end of the year, our current funds, 2022 funds. And we want to propose that those funds be utilized to pay for the salt spreader rack yard and the demolition costs, so a total of $90,000 out of $300,000, so that those expenses aren't passed along to sanitation customers, that they'll actually be reimbursed or utilized out of existing funds for a street purpose. So it'd come out of the streets budget. You may or may not recall that last year when we did approve the fees, we talked about collecting the 15 cents that was 15 cents per month per sanitation customer that was necessary to bond the $375,000 estimate that we had. Those fees were approved, and we've been collecting them since the 1st of 2022. We don't expect to actually buy the bonds for the sanitation building until 2024 or 2025. So if we are collecting those fees, which account for about $27,000 a year for the next 3 years, that'll be $81,000. Those funds can also offset the costs of the building, and we can bond even less. So there is some good news. We did assume bond rates of 4%. Bond rates are really favorable right now, and lower bond rates have the potential to even lower our costs, ultimate costs for the building. So we think that we can provide this sanitation building and relocate the salt spreader racks without having to raise additional sanitation fees. So, but we need permission to go ahead and utilize the internal funds from the street department to pay for the salt spreader rack relocation and the demolition of the Quonset building. And I also mentioned the spending down the sanitation fund balance. We still have the potential to use 60,000 of that money. So we're well under the 370. By the time you count those savings, we're well under the $375,000 estimate that we gave you previously. But construction costs are ever increasing. We want to get the approval for this whole thing, get it on the 2023 CIP, get the building designed and let as soon as possible, because even when we let it, prices continue to escalate, and there is just shortages of building supplies that it may take us 6 or 8 months just to get all the components. So there is some urgency to trying to get this all approved and taken care of. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right. Any questions, Downey?
Yeah. Is there space over there to move the salt barn with the salt racks? May just make sense to have it together.
No.
No.
No, this is, if you look at the very last slide.
No, there's not space.
It is just wide enough for the trucks to pull in and back into the, there were some other concepts where we were looking at property downtown to maybe build a parking lot and a salt storage barn, but those haven't came to fruition, so.
Okay. How long does it take the city workers, street department to rig up the truck with the salt spreader?
They do, there is some, it's not just back in and unchain it. There's a little bit of work to it. It probably takes 15 to 20 minutes to do it properly.
Okay. And the new building, you said is going to be heated. I'm thinking about if the trash trucks in there going to be needing ventilation. Is that being taken into account?
When I say heated, we're talking about 55 to 60 degrees just to keep them from freezing. That won't necessarily be room or office temperature.
Okay. Well, will there be ventilation requirements for?
That is probably a good question. We haven't got into the design of the building yet, but that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of things off gassing and.
The building, because it does not house personnel full-time, it does not require a sprinkler system. So that is one of the major cost savings for just a storage building.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ryan?
Not really a question, more of an observation. When those trash trucks were first implemented, I was a little skeptical, and as I've kind of watched things progress, I've noticed that, and this is a positive thing, less litter on the roadways. The street I live on, every day the trash was picked up. There would be errant pieces of miscellaneous whatever that got blown in the wind, and it seems like this new system, whether it's the carts are no less likely to tip over, or if it's because of that mechanized nature of the setup, but I'm seeing a lot less litter blowing around on trash day, and it's one of those things where I think it was money well spent. It makes sense to me to protect an investment. The elements are hard on things like, diesel engines and hydraulics. So to me, this seems like a logical step.
Thank you. Commissioner Hobb?
I feel the same way Mr. Linkowitz does, so.
All right.
Well, the new policies, we made the second carts reasonable because we do not allow materials on the ground. So there's less stuff more likely to blow around. And the lids do have to be closed for them to be propped up, so there's less likely for stuff to be blowing around there too. So second car prices are reasonable, and we don't allow stuff on the ground, so there's less material apt to be blowing around. So,
Well, as a customer, I appreciate it. So thank you.
okay, we've got 2 different items for your approval then. The first one is for consideration of adding the new sanitation building to the 2023 capital improvement plan. You can approve a motion to add that sanitation building to the 2023 capital improvement plan. You can add it to the plan with amendments. You can postpone consideration of adding the new sanitation building to the 2023 to a specified date and time, or you can decide not to approve adding the new sanitation building to the 2023 CIP. Likewise, we've got the same recommendations or similar recommendations for a motion to approve the relocation of the salt spreader racks with the explanation of the funding, approving a motion to approve the relocation of the salt spreader racks with amendments, postponing that consideration, or deciding not to approve that relocation.
And I guess I'm going to put you and/or Debbie on the spot, but my suggestion would be that we quantify a dollar amount associated with adding the sanitation building to the CIP. Do either of you have a number, a suggested number?
And
to go with
if I
that?
could piggyback on that, does the source of the funding need to be listed at this time?
Yeah,
'Cause
actually,
most items in the
Debbie,
CIP do
Debbie's
have-
on her way. You might explain where this will go in the CIP and how it'll be addressed.
The only reason that we're asking you for permission to add this is because during the budget cycle that we just went through, we did not have this on the list at all. As you know, we have not brought that specific list back to you for formal approval. So we're just trying to get it in the documents. As far as an amount, I would go high because you can always debt finance less in case that the savings that we're projecting that they don't come through as much as we do see. And there was one other question. What was it?
And with respect to the amount, you also will, before proceeding further, the contract itself will come back to you for review and approval as well.
So the source of the funding does not need to be listed
No.
today?
No, we'll bring that back with the CIP.
Yeah, practically speaking, it will be in the sanitation fund as it relates to the building when it comes back in the CIP.
Right. It'll be sourced as debt financing with the payment coming from the sanitation fund.
So for the 2023 capital improvement plan, you'll add whatever number we give you? I mean, because currently it doesn't have a number.
Correct.
So,
Correct. The plan at this moment does not have a number or this project at all.
do other projects we always put in there, do they always have a dollar amount associated with them? So this
Yes.
should. So I guess the 435 is the minimum that you came up with. The 15,000 for design is coming out of a different fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess we have to figure out what number we feel comfortable with.
And as we bring the CIP forward, we could change that number because we could make an amendment at that point. But I would recommend that we make our best guess estimate at this point and then add it for that value.
10%.
Well, I would look to those who would probably have a good estimate for a high number right now.
I would go with their current estimate of 435, not knowing anything better at this point.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments from the public?
Ben Reynolds, Salina. Most of my questions are going to be for this gentleman right here, whatever his name is. Being that the new trucks aren't able to go down the alleys, you still have some of the old trucks, correct?
Correct.
How many of those do you have? 7? And those, where were those stored before we got the new designed trucks?
Mr.
Outside?
Yeah.
No, they're stored inside.
They were stored inside.
Could you come up to the podium? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott, if you want to pull up the slide of the general services yard, the back side of the central garage, where the sanitation trucks are in the building, that we stored those trucks inside, and then when we had 13 trucks, the rest of them were stored outside, but we've never been able to store all of our trucks inside.
And what was the cost of each of the new trucks, new design trucks?
The new sanitation trucks were bid at $240,000. They're probably more than that now.
Okay, so you had $2 million worth of trucks that were purchased. Did you see and have a display of these trucks before you bought them?
Mr. Windholt, could you kind of get towards your
I'm getting
question
to
there?
that. Yeah, I'm getting.
We knew that they wouldn't fit in our current buildings, but we explained we would need to do something later.
All right, so you bought $2 million worth of trucks knowing that you would have to spend 575, possibly 525 down the road for new trucks, for being able to store these trucks. Wow.
Dalton McDowell, Salina. So my question is, we already can't do snow removal, right? So moving those away from general services where all their shops are to move them across the road, is it just going to delay them because they don't seem late? Last year they didn't seem like they kept up with it the way it was anyways. So moving those a block away, is that going to give them another excuse on why they can't keep up? I understand when we get a massive snowstorm, nobody can keep up. These storms were not that big, and they still couldn't keep up.
The trucks aren't moving, just the salt spreader racks.
The salt spreader racks are moving, so the salt spreaders are
That's what I
moving.
said, the trucks aren't moving, the spreader racks are.
But if those trucks do not, if the salt spreaders do not work, they have to go back to general services, because I doubt Fleet wants to stand out there out in the wind and fix them.
Any other questions? All right, any action to be taken by the commission on the issue of the CIP edition?
Mayor Davis, I move we move to add the new sanitation building to the 2023 capital improvement plan at a cost of $435,000.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to add the new sanitation building to the 2023 CIP at an amount of $435,000. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And any action on moving the salt spreader rack?
Mayor, I move we approve a motion
Is there any chance that
to approve the relocation of the salt spreader racks.
Second?
All right, that was short and sweet. All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve relocation of the salt spreader racks from general services yard to vacant city property adjacent to the city fuel site. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We will now move to 6.5.
Item 6.5, approve ordinance number 22-11131 on first reading, authorizing the issuance of taxable industrial revenue bonds, Series 2022, for the SFC Global Supply Chain Project.
This was a collaborative effort between Mitch Robinson and myself.
And I didn't realize it till just the second. I've looked at it before, but okay, your name's on top.
Yep,
Okay, so
I'd be happy to take it.
Mr. Sprague, get us started.
So there's a pretty extensive history provided as part of the background report in the staff report. I'll try to summarize that briefly. You, I think, should all recall that there was an announcement of Schwann's Global's expansion for their facility. It was estimated. It was announced as a $600 million project. We had preliminarily approved the indicated our intent to approve the issuance of $600 million worth of industrial revenue bonds that essentially affords them a property tax exemption and sales tax exemption when it's not already available to them through machinery and equipment or other state programs. The development agreement with Schwann's identified that they had phased work to do, and it identified a 400,000 square foot expansion as phase one, and with a recognition that additional phases would be subject to the approval of us as the issuer. The item that's before you today, as you know, they're well underway with the construction of their project, their first phase. The item that's before you today is issuance of industrial revenue bonds associated with the $270 million that's applicable to the first phase. The issuance itself is what's commonly referred to as a paper transaction. Schwann's would purchase the debt or be the owner of the debt, so they would be both holding the debt and paying it back. It's really for the purpose of accomplishing the property tax and sales tax exemption. We do have Sarah Steele with Gilmore and Bell, our bond counsel, on the line that can speak to the mechanics of it, but this has been a multi-step process to enter into the resolution of intent to authorize the development agreement that all anticipated the issuance of the industrial revenue bonds. Now that phase one is nearing completion and Schwann's has made a request for that issuance, the item that's before you today is kind of that final authorization of issuance of $270 million worth of IRBs. And the fiscal note, there was a cost-benefit analysis conducted and provided at the time that we issued our notice of intent. The fiscal note provides a summary of that breakdown of the cost-benefit analysis, just confirming that the benefit to all parties involved, the city, the county, the state of Kansas, and the school district exceeds 1, indicating that even with the tax abatement and sales tax abatement, we recognize benefit. I think we've talked previously, there was as many as estimated 400 laborers in town during construction. That construction value and spend is part of that cost-benefit analysis, and we've certainly realized an increase in sales tax, and that seems to correspond with that activity. So the item that's before you is ordinance number 22-11131, which authorizes the issuance of the industrial revenue bonds. Your options include approving it. You could approve it with amendments. If there are amendments, I'd certainly have to defer to Sarah Steele about the details of how those might be applicable. You could postpone consideration to a specific date and time and provide staff with direction about additional information that you'd like for your consideration. You could approve this on first reading and provide direction of additional information you'd like for consideration before second reading. And then lastly, you could vote to deny ordinance 22-11131, which would result in denial of the issuance of the revenue bonds at this time, and would certainly necessitate follow-up as it relates to the provisions of the development agreement and how we could reach a satisfactory resolution of whatever concerns you might have. That's a real quick overview. If you have questions about kind of the timeline, the history, the steps that have led up to that, we can certainly dive into that in greater detail. Jeff Thompson is here as a representative of Schwann's Global to answer any questions you might have, and as I mentioned, Sarah Steele's on the line as our bond counsel.
Well, I guess I'll ask Mr. Thompson if you have anything that you wanted to say at this time.
Thank you. Jeff Thompson, Schwann's. I'd probably just add to Mike's comments. We are well ahead of schedule in regards to this project, and we're nearing completion of this on time, on schedule, and on budget. So, but if you have particulars around the dynamics of the issuance of the IRB bond, I'll turn it over to Sarah.
Yeah, and one clarification, and you're welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but the $270 million issuance is the bonds necessary to get the resulting property tax abatement. It's not reflective of the total spend.
Correct.
As it relates to this particular phase. They don't need bond issuances that would equate to the entire spend. The project's actually bigger than this dollar amount.
Yeah. This investment by CJ Foods and Schwann's will exceed $350 million.
Any questions for Mr. Thompson? All right, thank you. Ms. Steele, did you have any words of wisdom for us, or comments or suggestions?
I really don't. Mr. Scragg handled everything very well, as always, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any, but at this point, this is the final step for what has been constructed to date, and it's anticipated we'll be back in future years with an additional bond issue.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. I guess one point that I glossed over a little bit is this doesn't represent a debt obligation or of the city. Sarah, you might, if you would, just explain kind of the mechanics of the paper transaction aspect of this a little bit, please.
Well, certainly, the bonds are being issued by the city because it's required by state law that either a city or a county issue the bonds. The project will be leased by the city to Schwann's. They're retaining, Schwann's is also, I'm using Schwann's as shorthand, SFC Global is what I mean. They will retain title to the property, enter into a sublease to this, or at lease to the city. City is leasing everything back. The lease back from the city to SFC imposes all obligations on the company to operate, maintain, insure, deal with any shortfalls in funds. But SFC is also purchasing these bonds, so they're really on both sides of the transaction. And so in paying themselves in reimbursement for the costs, the city has no liability. It's very clear in your ordinance that you have before you, as well as the other documents, that city is not responsible for any of the debt service. The city will really assign all responsibilities over to a trustee at closing, and for all practical purposes will not be directly involved in the ongoing maintenance of this bond issue. It will remain outstanding for 10 years, which is the projected period for the property tax exemption. So these will have a final maturity of December 31, 2032. I think I may have responded more expansively than Mr. Scragg asked, but that is correct. City is prohibited from making any payments on it, nor are they responsible for any payments.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions for any of the persons here? Right, any questions from the public? Any comments? All right, bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11131 on first reading, authorizing the issuance of taxable industrial revenue bonds, Series 2022, for the SFC Global Supply Chain Project.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11131 on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thanks for everyone who came to the meeting. Thank you. We will now move on to other business. Any?
Yeah, Mayor.
Yes.
I had the privilege, invitation to attend the Salina Military Affairs Council banquet Saturday night, and I had no idea how important the military presence was here in Salina and how much activity there is going on. We need to value that. And if you see one of the service members, there's over 1,000 service members here training right now. Tell them thank you.
Thanks for that.
And also, I've discussed with city manager about the possibility of putting some of our packet in electronic format. Anybody read all this? I see a great cost savings possibility here, not so much in paper, but ink. Yeah, that's, anyone?
The whole thing? No.
No, didn't think so.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. A couple things. I debated including that much information, but it's not just you, it's the general public that's looking at it, felt an obligation to kind of provide that information. That still does generate a lot of printing. We've looked at it previously about technology that we can provide to the city commission, and we're factoring that into the website, website as well as agenda management software implementation. So I think when we get those two things up and running, that'll be our best opportunity to look at electronic distribution rather than paper.
Yeah, I think and I don't disagree 100% with Commissioner Longbine. I think there's a certain amount of that information. Obviously, all of this has to be out on the website so everybody can read it, and same way with us, but there might be kind of a hybrid when we get to some of those bond issues where there's when we're talking about the bonds, that it's above our level probably to understand it, and that's why we have legal counsel and we have bond counsel online, so that could maybe be broken out and not printed out. But other than that, I think majority of the stuff we get, you need to review, but some of the bond stuff is a little, I remember when we were doing star bonds, there was a lot of information there that was way.
Understood.
Yeah.
Some engage at much higher level of detail.
But the minute you don't give us something, we're going to question why we didn't get it too, so
Exactly.
I understand.
I'd rather give it to you and let you skip over it than.
Or it will be brought to your attention a year later that it was in the document that you improved the year before. Any other business? All right, we'll move on to Citizens Forum, which is an opportunity for anyone to address the commission on any topic. We ask you to gear your comments towards 3 minutes or less.
Well, my name's Kevin Brown, Rockingbee Carriage. Maybe this part comes together that you just talked about for what I had. They say that the people that I talked to talked about a parade. The parade issue, when they passed the second carriage ordinance, I stood up and said there's an exemption for a parade, and he remembers it too, and you guys said no. But this Clydesdale's going under a parade, but they don't carry any people, but they're still a carriage for hire, and it's okay. The law needs to be the same for everybody. And I don't know how we figure it isn't, but apparently it is in this city. We either need to do away with the carriage part and let me go back to wearing diapers and be like everybody else, or tell the Clydesdales not to come to town because you guys have an ordinance against it. I don't know what you want to do, but the mayor said that I was right. A horse is a horse.
No, no. I said a horse is a horse. But
Yes.
Now, whether
And
or not,
the
whether
poop
or
is
not
the poop.
I was right or not will depend on the collective wisdom in the room. All right.
But I mean, it's kind of true that one horse is just as good as the other horse. I don't care whether they're Clydesdales and they're Budweiser horses or they're my carriage. It should be the same.
Is there anyone in the room who can give a quick down and dirty summary on the Clydesdales coming?
So, two things. What you had before you previously related to carriages for hire. It is a blanket license for an operator, whether it's Mr. Brown or someone else. It's not on a day-by-day, night-by-night approval basis, and that kind of open-ended ability to travel around town and operate is subject to licensing and to the ordinance that you adopted, which includes what we're commonly referring to as a diaper. Parades are handled as a special event permit on a case-by-case basis. And so the Clydesdale event went through a special event permit process. It has an identified day and time, and it carries with it an obligation to clean up afterwards. And so parade by parade or special event by special event, we have the ability to impose conditions. There's not a similar expectation that the Clydesdales are going to recurringly come back without, a case-by-case review of their operations. And so they have an expectation that they're going to clean up after themselves, and we have the ability to impose that. The difficulty with horse carriages that kind of brought the necessity of the ordinance forward was the lack of regular cleanup after those events. It generated enough complaints and requests that we need to do something about it. We needed to find a solution. So we went to licensing and imposing that requirement in return for an open-ended license to operate rather than case-by-case permission day by day.
But in that meeting that we passed the ordinance, I got up and I asked specifically whether there was an exempt for a parade, and you guys said no. So now from that deal to now, we're having a totally different, we got different rules and different words coming out of the mouths.
So
I understand that, but why?
the ordinance was directed at horse carriage operators. It was not directed at parades to begin with. So
But you said there was not an exemption on the record at that time.
So our
Period.
ability to address parades is through the special event permit process. It's not through the ordinance that was up when you addressed the city.
But that was asked.
Yeah.
That was asked whether it was a parade, and if there was no exemptions for the parade. They had to wear diapers, is what I understood. Is that what you understood? I mean, there's people that was at the meeting before.
But the ordinance itself that was before the city commission didn't speak to parades. There is an expectation that horse operators with parades have to clean up after themselves. And I don't recall, I haven't gone back and looked at the video, but I do, my recollection is a lot of times there are arrangements made to follow the parade and clean up in one fell swoop at the end of the parade. So if the goal is to address horse poop, it's addressed. If it's force all horses, Clydesdales and otherwise, to wear horse diapers,
It's about making the thing the same for everybody.
The thing that's the same for everyone is an expectation that they're going to clean up their horse's poop.
Yes, sir. I did that. I have did that. I still got called on that. I mean,
Right.
Where's diapers?
The recurring issue with your instance was solved with horse diapers because it wasn't addressed otherwise.
I understand that. I've had diapers on. I still got complained. The safety issue for going down Santa Fe and stopping and doing it the last time. That time was there. The last time I came was by a special use permit. So you don't have the carriage thing altogether. But the last time I come here was from Lauren MacArthur from a special use. That's the only time I've been in Salina.
Well, and you may not feel like it, but the ordinance was drafted to try to recognize what you're doing and work with you to get to an agreeable solution. So we now have a mechanism in place that you can apply for a license and you can
But
operate.
it still needs to be the same. Did the carriage people, did the Clydesdale people apply for the deal? Are they wearing a diaper? That was how it was said. I mean, let's do away with the ordinance, and I'll come wear a diaper and pick up after myself, other than if a little turd falls out of the diaper, I can't be responsible for that, but I'll try.
Just being completely honest, your prior track record, after having multiple conversations, was not that. And so that's how we ended up with the ordinance.
Me and you've only had one conversation other than here, and you've been told me this is not the place to discuss our conversation.
When I say we, it's evolved over years with SDI and staff, and we tried to draft an ordinance recognizing what you're trying to do and facilitate that.
Just for the sake of clarity, are you basically stating that your carriage and horse is no different than a parade? Just for the sake of clarity, is that kind of in a nutshell what you're trying to tell us?
That's what we talked about in the first part when they come and ask, because I come up and ask if the ordinance exempted a parade, and you guys said no.
So
that's on record.
I guess to help you commissioners, the current model is a horse carriage operator has regulations and a license process. Parades, if the concern is getting horse poop cleaned up off the street, parades are dealt with as a special event permit. If you're so inclined to say every horse in the parade needs to have a diaper, you can let us know that you'd like us to do that. We can draft that. I fully expect that to have a chilling effect on parades, but if that is your concern, uniform treatment, then let us know and we'll draft an ordinance accordingly.
I think this
But then the
comes down
Equifax
to,
didn't know about it
Mr.
either.
Brown, I'm speaking.
Okay, sorry.
This comes down to a parade or an event lasts an hour, hour and a half, and there's a crew that cleans up. Another carriage company could come in here and they would be expected to abide by the same ordinance. We're not picking on you.
The Equifest is a horse thing which has carriages and stuff like that that cross city streets. They didn't even know about the ordinance. So I don't know whose lawyer or what lawyer, or there's definitely a difference. You guys discuss that and I'll listen.
I feel like there's a difference between cartage for hire and a display. So I think that the distinction between dealing with one with the parade, with the permitting process, and that makes sense, distinct from someone who's hiring their cartage out.
I think most reasonable people would agree. I mean, there's a distinct difference between a parade and one horse and a carriage business. And the end game is, let's get the excrement picked up after whatever has occurred. And if that's how we've reached that goal, then that's, to me, it makes sense.
Norman
That's the
Mammals.
current approach.
Works for me.
Norman Mammals, Salina. But still, a horse is a horse. Doesn't matter what kind it is, they all poop. I'm following up on this, what I brought up previously. In South Hutchinson, you're killing business. The Amish people were bringing their horses and buggies to town. Doesn't matter whether it was a parade or business. They were bringing their horse to town. They were spending money, buying supplies, and they were putting money in their banks. And the banks and the business, they like that. And also the horses were making a deposit. Now, a businessman, he did not like that in Halstead. He persuaded the governing body to put an ordinance in place to remove the horses and keep them out of town. The Amish community, they went to the banks and they says, we will keep our horses out of town, but we will also take our money out of your banks. We will find another bank that will take our money, and the bank says, don't do that. Don't do that. We will fix this. We will take care of this. You continue to spend money in our town, and you continue to put your money in our banks. It's about business. It's about money. Some people have a personal grudge against horses or business or something. So I guess you don't want businesses to come to town. So we need to tell the people south of Salina, don't come to Salina. They don't want you here. Do your shopping in McPherson. East of town, go to Abilene. They've got banks. They got businesses there. Don't come to Salina. They don't want you here. That's what it's about. It's about money, and you don't want it. When your tax revenue starts going down, you're going to wonder why. Don't buy cars here in Salina. Buy them in McPherson. Buy them in Abilene. They'll take your money. But it still comes down to money. So we need to stop population growth until we address the issue of population growth. As the population increases, so do our problems increase. That's where our water is going. You're going to get more people here. And what are you going to do? Ship them off to New York like Texas is? Like Arizona is? It's about people. Population growth. You're going to have to stop population growth because the more people that got, the more demand it puts on our water. I've been traveling around the state. We're in trouble. And you people don't seem to want to address it. You're letting this issue about Jerry Ivey, keep pushing it off, keep pushing it off. Get something done, because I'm telling you, there is no food out there in the country. It still comes back to water. Why you don't want to do nothing, I don't know. Seems to me there's just personal issues being done here instead of listening to the people.
Dalton McDowell, Salina. So when the windstorm came through, we had a bunch of stray dogs that got loose on the north end of town. You call dispatch and animal control. Oh, we don't come out at night for animals that are loose. Any other town, Wichita, but they also do have a bigger department. Wood, Abilene, same way. Why doesn't animal control come out? They have somebody on call. Because every time PD arrests somebody that has a dog and nobody can take the dog, animal control takes it. Where's animal control when you need them? And the flood, are you guys not working on any flood control measures? You're going to put a bunch of water in the Smoky Hill River that goes downtown. And I got pictures of downtown Saturday night. It was curb to curb and it was full of water. I got a dash cam video of the fire department on the corner of Santa Fe and Iron throwing water everywhere, responding to a call emergent. So if Santa Fe down by the hospital gets flooded, and it does, there's a video that was posted that KSN ran last year of it being flooded right at that intersection of Santa Fe and Prescott. Are we not cleaning the drains out? I understand when you get 4 inches of water in a matter of 2 hours and it's a downpour, you're going to have issues. This is constant. There's areas in town that when you get multiple inches of water that flood, that should not flood. Crawford floods, Santa Fe floods. What's going to happen if we had have got more and you couldn't have got to Salina Regional Health Center because the whole Santa Fe from the railroad tracks to Crawford were flooded? What would happen on an emergency situation if the fire department cannot get access to Salina Regional Health Center via ambulance because the roads are flooded, because we're not maintaining the drainage? I understand how much rain we got, how quick we got it. There wasn't much we could do. But cleaning up the debris would be nice because I understand it's Monday. But when we had the windstorm in December, 3 weeks later, some of the streets still hadn't been touched. Spend your money on cleaning up your storm systems. I've got pictures of a storm system down on South 9th that, honestly, I'm shocked it didn't backflood into a bunch of businesses because the drainage canal down there that's concrete has got weeds taller than I am growing in it, and it's concrete. So what's the issue here? And by the way, Mr. Longbine, look up this, because you were so adamant 2 weeks ago or whenever it was, KSA 25-2430. And then that's why the city wasn't picking on your relative who's an attorney.
Anyone else wish to come up?
Mark Calicut, I live in downtown Salina. I'm just shocked and baffled at how this commission has mishandled ordinances here lately concerning public intoxication, public drinking. When this ordinance was originally passed, I thought it was going to be only for the restaurants for public drinking, which it should only be. But as it stands, this city has probably spent over $30,000 alone just for police force calls repeatedly to the 200 block of South 7th Street, which is where obviously we have the City Go bus stop and we have several restaurant parking lots back there. You've got people sleeping there every night. We've had to run people out of my apartment building twice this month because they've gotten in there. Now, I don't know. I haven't read the original ordinance that was passed for public drinking, but I really think there should be an exclusion or an amendment to that, not allowing public drinking all over the city. Restaurants should have that authority and that right because most of them now have sidewalk tables downtown. And as far as the homeless situation goes here in town, I know it's a burden. I don't like seeing them down there. A lot of them are there on a regular basis. One in particular is Bobby R. I'm sure the name rings a bell with at least one of you in here. Has been arrested multiple times, sleeping in our bushes on the property over there at Pioneer President's Place Apartments. And it's just terrible. We have people come into this town that ride our City Go bus, and the first thing they see when they get downtown is people laying, sleeping on the sidewalk down there, beer cans and garbage laying down there. They just spent over $1,200 on our property ripping the bushes out where Bobby R. and others have been sleeping. And another issue here with the city director concerning this property, 220 South 7th and 245 South 8th, which are the Pioneer President's Place apartments. I'm not sure how far behind they're on taxes on that property, but I've lived there for 4.5 years now, and it's went straight to hell. When we had this last storm, I literally had a waterfall pouring in my bathroom because of the roof. I mean, the building is deplorable. I think if the health department showed up there, we'd all probably be forced out. I mean, the mold in the basement, the leaky water in the basement, and calling up to Topeka Housing Management Services, which is the management entity for Pioneer Investment Group, you might as well just slice your own throat for all the more they're doing. I actually had to call and threaten them that we were going to file, the residents were going to file a lawsuit against them for failure to maintain the property as well as individual apartments. And other than that, I thank you for your time, and hopefully we can do something about the homeless situation. It's not an easy fix, I know.
Well, I'll just throw out a rhetorical question. Everyone wants us to do something about the homeless problem, but no
when
one.
You've got people like Salina Shares.
Well, no, I'm talking about
feeding these people, bringing them food down there.
Okay, so we could starve them to death.
I'm not saying that.
Well,
they
if
have
you
a
don't
place
feed
to
them,
go.
Where?
We have multiple places in this town. Don't even throw that in my face.
No, but
because I'm telling you, we've got Salina Shares.
No, that was meant more as a rhetorical question. It's not that easy for us to do something about the homeless people. If someone
well,
had come
you're
up,
the council, you're the people in charge of every inch of city property. What are we supposed to do? Go down there and run them off ourselves?
As large as this country is, you think somebody would.
Oh, I've been out in California, so this homeless situation here isn't even a blink of my eyelash.
My point exactly. There is no easy solution to the homeless situation.
Well, didn't we make an ordinance that there's not supposed to be any camping?
But we didn't make an ordinance that you couldn't be homeless.
But two clarifications, if I could. The camping ordinance was very limited in what we can do. It was tailored around ACLU litigation and the case law that came out of that, and it is specifically limited to public property. And so rights-of-way, sidewalks, benches, it has a very specific definition of what you have to be doing to rise to the level of camping. So what people probably commonly expect as being unacceptable isn't necessarily rise to the level of the ordinance, and activities outside of public property are not addressed by the camping ordinance. The other clarification I would add is the ordinance that we passed related to drinking is special event oriented. There's a process, there's a boundary, there's access controls. It's very limited. There seems to be
being enforced if you.
well, there seems to be. I think there's a whole nother state statute that is more applicable to what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Our police department and our prosecutor's office are looking at the challenges with that state statute and what constitutes public drinking and whether they have to be caught in the act versus whether possession is sufficient enough. So the part of the conversation is, can we charter out, meaning can Salina pass a unique ordinance that distinguishes itself from the state statute? But as the state statute is written, our interpretation is that our hands are, we don't have as much authority as you might expect in terms of enforcement.
Well, maybe we need to go up there to Governor Kelly's office and get this changed, because there is no sense in this. California's taking care of it to a massive extent, spending billions, not millions, billions of dollars to try to get the snafu fixed, which throwing money at anything ain't necessarily going to do anything. But here, this is a small town, less than 50,000 population. We should all, as citizens, we should all rise up and have more control over our government's lack of ability to do anything.
Mr. Callaghan,
Yes, ma'am.
offer another suggestion.
Pardon me?
There are 50,000 of us, maybe 500 homeless people. Every 100 of us should go help one of those.
I've helped them more than I can bend over backwards telling you
Then
down there.
Don't stop.
And it does not do a damn thing. They throw litter all over the place down there.
But don't
The
give-
city's paying for that cleanup.
Don't give up your efforts.
I'm not giving up. I'm going to continue to raise hell about this subject.
No, I mean, don't give up helping them.
And I'd never give up helping.
All
My
right.
church goes down there occasionally, but it's got to be changed. Something has to be done. I mean, they've got the day shelter right up the street on 7th, where they can get food daily. They can also have access to the Salvation Army in the North End to get showers. There's 2 churches in town that'll let people come all day, take showers, get food, get hygiene products. The problem is that we're not taking care of the problem
Agreed.
by just sitting here.
We're going to let someone else come up
pacifying
to the.
them. Yes, I'm
to the-
sorry. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments.
Can I look at
Thank
the city manager, and I think a comment was brought up, and I don't expect anything today, but it'd be nice maybe in your update you send to us, and something we could have is, we're talking about personal property, when we're talking about Pioneer President's Place as far as, so that's considered, I guess, trespassing if somebody's there, and again, that has to be a call into the police department, and again, just a second, sir. And so I guess my question is, if we could get some clarification on who has the right to call the police, and again, I have Mr. Linkowitz sitting here who's a property owner. Does it have to be the property owner? Can it be a tenant? And again, just because they're walking on that property over there, is that a violation, or do they have to be doing something against the law? So those would be some things that might be helpful, because I know we get blamed for all of this, and if we come on and make you do something on your property, on private property you don't like, then we're the bad guys too. So we have to follow the laws, and we have to know, and I think it'd be beneficial to the 5 of us, and maybe something we can share if we knew exactly what that was.
Well, I can answer that question.
I'd like the city
Not so
manager
bad.
to do that, just, thank you though.
It can certainly do that. In addition to following the laws, there's process, as you
Right.
well know. So there's a citation, there's a court appearance, whether they appear in court, whether they fail to appear, whether you can serve a warrant, find them back.
But I
we
mean,
can
we've
certainly
tried to
kinda
do what we can
walk
do as
through
far
that
as the no
process.
sleeping on public, on public streets and sidewalks and that type of stuff. So I don't expect it this week, but at some point, if you have a chance to have somebody just update us, that'd be helpful to me, I know. So I can maybe answer some people's questions like this gentleman, so.
Right. Anyone else wish to come up?
Ben Winholtz, Salina. I wish to go back to the study session that was earlier this afternoon. A few points of interest, and I'm bringing them up now because due to time constraints, we ran out of time for public comment. First off, let's start with Commissioner Longbine. You brought up the fact that asking if Lakewood had any blue algae this year, and they didn't. Now, that is a mystery. But it actually probably isn't a mystery because they have an aeration system that's been working over at Lakewood. My understanding, the aeration system at Jerry Ivey has been broken for quite a while. Again, if that goes back to maintenance on the city, as far as taking care of things, there you go. There's another incident. But I do know, after talking to the people that are in charge from Kansas City, talking about Lakewood, that thing's only about 4 feet deep also, and there's no blue-green algae in it. And then the reason I know this is because they did a study because they were going to steal that water during drought season and pump it back to downtown to put it in the river. That was in the master plan. That is no longer any good, I've been told, basically. But so Lakewood is exactly the same depth as Jerry Ivey, yet it doesn't have blue algae. So there's your question on that. Moving on. You've got a cost of $900,000, $100,000 less of $1 million basically to redo Jerry Ivy Park, now, or Jerry Ivy Pond. Now, Jerry Ivy Pond is probably, what, a quarter of a block total in circumference, land, and it's almost $1 million. So going to your river project, which is in the future, you're talking about 7 linear miles, and probably about 3.5 of those need to be dredged, basically, and the dredging at Ohio alone needs to be 8 foot deep, because that's how much sediment is in that river. So that's how much will be dredged. And everybody thinks that the $10 million possibly that we're getting from the Corps of Engineer will take care of that dredging. And right here, you see there's almost $1 million for a quarter of a block just to get it down to 10 feet, basically. So if you think the $10 million is going to even touch what is about to happen for the river project, yeah, you're sadly mistaken. It won't even be close. And I'll end with this to Commissioner Hoppick. He probably doesn't want to hear this. He already told me, but this is the first time that I'm actually, not the first time, but it is one time I'm going to actually agree with him that as far as the Jerry Ivy solution, cover it up. Because you've already got a spray park there, so you've already got a water feature there. You've got a water feature at Sunset Park. How long that's going to stay in existence, I don't know. I think I've heard in the works that that may be coming out also. But with the river project coming, you've got ample water basically for the city of Salina to enjoy, that we don't need it in a pond that's going to cost us $1 million to, again, possibly correct the situation or not correct the situation. Thank you.
All right, anyone else?
If algae is an issue,
If you give the clerk your
Ken
name.
Ritz from Salina. Although I used to be from the town that's on this, if I might, this may be, one gentleman already has this. This may be the first official map of Salina, Kansas.
To the city clerk.
It may not.
Just for future reference, if you're going to hand out something, as by really needs to go to the city clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, before it.
I should have.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
That's,
You're enough for all of us?
Go ahead.
blue-green algae, as all algae, feeds on something. And apparently it's phosphorus or phosphates and nitrogen. And so the difference between Lakewood and Jerry Ivy may be what's coming in, draining into those bodies of water. And with the amount of rain we had early, we sure haven't had much until very recently lately, that may have cleansed that body of water of nutrients, and they may not have been restored sufficiently, and that may explain it. But this blue-green algae is an international issue, and certainly a North American issue.
Is that what this is about?
No, that is the, to give a reference point as to when Salina began, that is the original platting, as far as I know, of the town when it was founded. And interesting handwriting. Some of it's really hard to discern, but it shows how the lots were laid out and how they were allotted, where Roosevelt Lincoln was and still is, shows on there as the public school. And it was the original public school, which was called Public School. It didn't have any other name. Built, I believe, in the early 1870s. And a beautiful building. You'll find illustrations of it. in various old literature. But anyway, it's the more you study that, the more fascinating it is to people like me anyway that just find maps fascinating and extremely useful once you tie them together and what have you. But anyway, I thought that was something to get the starting point and link to that.
Can I need you to steer us in a particular direction here.
Okay, well
Time's moving.
Yeah. And yes, everyone needs to have an address. How we accomplish that, it would seem with old motels, with the way Salina changed when the interstate came, we were always a mecca for overnight visitors, but it was along Broadway and elsewhere. And I think there's a lot of vacant space most times in those motels, and you would think there would be some way to link them in with folks that need a place to identify with and to hopefully be helped. The manufacturing of exotic drugs has certainly complicated and made this issue very difficult with the brain damage that amphetamines and whatever do. It's something that is going to really take some concerted efforts and a lot of kindness. But anyway, that if we're ever going to get our taxes down, which taxes are always too high, I don't think you'll find any time in history that people were saying, boy, these taxes, we ought to raise them a little bit. But if you look at our population density for a town of under 50,000, to go 7 miles north to south and 5 miles east to west.
Ken, 30 seconds.
Okay, and we can link that to how we reacted to the interstate. We could have refused to allow the interstates to suck Salina north, south, and west. But our population density is such that it's just going to be expensive. Maintaining the roads, we're under 2,000 population per square mile. Spreading out where people are is costly, and there's not a whole lot that can be done about that because roads wear and have to be resurfaced. We know pipelines burst, and it's very costly otherwise because we're so scattered that we have more vehicles than people now in Salina. And when I was a kid, my parents could have had 2 cars, but they didn't need 2 cars.
Okay,
So
we're going to have to
So anyway,
cut you off here.
We really need to look, instead of doing infill, we'll have 15 miles along the river, 7.5 miles on each side. We could put a lot of people there if we would be creative, a lot of people. And they would pay up if the river's right. And I don't think we need to dredge to the original depth.
Listen to me.
Okay.
We really have to move on. There may be someone else who wants to speak.
Okay, but I think you can check. I don't think we do need to dredge to the original river depth.
Okay.
And also where the dredging goes, that's where the expense is. If we can dispose of it close to the river, the cost comes down dramatically.
Okay.
So, anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you for the map.
Anyone else? All right, we have a request for an executive session. I don't know if Mr. Scragg.
Actually, this one's a little unique. We have a staff report first. Lauren Driscoll is out of town at a conference, but she is online, prepared to give you that staff report initially, and then I think there might also be interest in public comment before we go into the executive session.
Ms. Driscoll, the floor is yours.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, the staff report that was provided in the packet just gives a brief summary of the event. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Sorry, it sounded like we had a little bit of feedback. The staff report provides a brief bit of feedback that in end of June, beginning of July of 2021, we started working with the Drever Partner Group looking at multifamily housing. We originally had presented on a Department of Commerce phone call, letting kind of the world of developers know that we were looking to do multifamily development within the community, that we had numbers to support that, and that we were working on incentives and had a new housing plan. So wanting to promote people looking at us. From that event, a broker working with Drever identified our community. They started looking at some projects that created, looking at properties that created interest, which brought them to the community. We actually ended up having a charrette, or kind of a community meeting hosted by Drever at what is formerly known as the Ambassador Hotel on Crawford. After that meeting, it was realized by Drever that we needed more than just hotels converted into studios, but we probably needed more new builds, and that our need for unit types and numbers exceeded what the Ambassador could do. So over several months, they worked through that project, visiting in August, September, and October of 2021, gathering information, market data, meeting with stakeholders, soliciting for investors and lenders, and refining the project. As community knowledge grew about this, Drever eventually presented to the City Commission in October of 2021. There was no action with that, but just a general awareness by the Commission of what was going on. In early 2022, we had several grant programs start coming to fruition based on ARPA dollars that all states were receiving, and how Kansas was creating its relevant programs. We had two that became relevant to housing, and one was called Base Grant, the other was called Spark. The Spark grant process was different. It was very long and essentially didn't need a traditional application, but more an idea memo, which we did submit the Drever project in that idea concept phase. But we did submit a traditional grant application for Base Grant. Because we were submitting not only the Drever project, but others, we brought those forward to the Commission and presented those in, sorry, I am reading my notes from my cell phone, in February of 2022. With the Commission's blessing to go forward and make those applications, we did submit those. Later in the year, closer to April, we found out that the project had also been picked up and was being discussed as part of kind of the legislative allocation process. And as we ended the legislative session this year, we found that we had not been awarded Base or Spark grants, but the legislature had identified through HB 2510 and SB 267 a bill to bring $25 million worth of money to Salina for the economic expansion of rural housing in the community. Since that time of having those identified dollars, the City Commission and the County Commission have also identified $1 million each to go towards a large multifamily housing project to address our workforce housing needs. We have been trying to work with Drever on their proposal to turn the concept really into something that could be implemented. Staff has been working with them and with Bond Council to prepare a draft development agreement, and have continued to, Drever has continued to try and secure investors and lenders. There are certain aspects of this development agreement process that is necessitating a request from the Commission for conversation with City Legal Counsel, and that is why we are requesting the executive session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for the explanation. Mr. Scragg, did you?
I don't know that I have a whole lot to add. The recap's helpful. Conversations have been, I think quite a few of you are well aware, conversations have been ongoing. They've been pretty widespread in the community as Drever approached businesses and others about investment and pursued lending, and as we've tried to move the project forward. So really just need an opportunity to talk with you about our assessment of the status of where things are and the path going forward. I do know that my actual Drever's here on behalf of Drever Property, and wanted the opportunity to address you and give you an update, so I want to make you aware of that. I think there may be others in attendance that wish to address you as well. And I think that's useful information. It's informative as we go into executive session to discuss next steps in greater detail.
Now, in the addressing us, you're referring to open session?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Mr. Drever, certainly want to extend to you the first opportunity to come forward. Thank you.
Sorry for the wait. Sorry for the wait.
It was interesting. I'm from San Francisco, and they're closing the drugstores down there, and you know the reason why, probably. And it's a terrible homeless situation, and they haven't figured it out. And but what we're trying to do is a little different, and we talked a little bit about that, and I talk about that some other time if you like, but we are buying broken hotels, and I've been in 7 recessions, and I always try and figure out what's the smartest avenue or route to go, and this one, it seems to me, and I've done 40,000 apartments, over 40,000 broken apartments, mostly bought in recessions, and they've always been workforce. And a good example is there's a project here, and the problem we've had is that no institutional investors want to go to Salina, Kansas in the apartment arena. I mean, we've had that trouble, and I haven't been able to bring any. But so we went outside the box, and we talked to Paul Jackson, who some of you may know. He used to live in Salina, and he has a company called Vantage Properties. He's built apartments, and he's backed by a group called James Rostello, and they're with the Tradewinds, and they all come under the umbrella somewhat of a group called Graystar. Graystar is the gorilla in the apartment industry. They manage 750,000 units. They're building 11,000, and if they stamp a project and the developer, you're going to get financing, you're going to get everything you want. And a dear friend of mine is one of the leaders of it. And he said, go talk to James, go talk to Paul Jackson. And that's what we did do. And at the same time, I went and talked to another group that has backed us in the past. But I'm going to segue now to the problem. The problem has been financing, but it's not the problem anymore because we've got that covered. And our intention is to put the Vantage Group and in our position and take away any of the issues on the financing, but we even have a better solution than that now too. And if you look at the screen over here, and one of the things that, I've said we've done 40,000 units, but what we've learned is that you can go in ahead of closing and buy properties that are really in trouble that nobody else can figure out how to do it. If you know you've got the financing behind you, if you're willing to take the risk, and we're willing to take the risk here. So this project is called 415 Premier Apartments. And what happened was, this is in Evanston, Illinois, and it's off Lake Michigan. It's pretty cold there in the winter. The developer died. The contractor took advantage of it and hardly put any insulation in the building. The bank ends up with it. I think they rented 2 apartments in 6 months, and they lost probably 30. And when we bought it, it was 50% occupied. But before we bought it, we went to the bank and said, we will take it over now. We will start the demolition, and we will take over management. And that's what we did do. So in 6 months, we closed on it, we did the work, and in 6 months, we had it full. And we got a LEED Silver Award for doing the right thing. So that's the story, and that's what we can do here. So the gateway project to this town, and that's the reason why we're here, a broker called us and said, would you be interested in the Ambassador Hotel? We said, sure. And we like to buy projects 300 units or larger. We try to get a couple thousand units in a market. And so we went, we checked it out, and we brought our contractors in from, the same contractor actually did this project. They're out in Indianapolis. And they looked at it and they said, it's too tough. If we were here, we'd do it. So what do? We go to Hutton. And Hutton says, okay. So they take a hard look at it. And I don't know how much, we spent a fair amount of time on this thing. And doggone, it just doesn't work. And now we're Lauren Driscoll and Mike Ellis said, this is a town that really needs housing. And so we build a fair amount of projects too. So we said, okay, so let's see if we can do it. So I didn't feel comfortable, and there was a meeting in July that we had, and I said, listen, you're going in a recession. The lending market's going to crumble. And nobody believed me, but now I think people do, because you can't get loans, especially tertiary markets. So you really need a gorilla. So to handle your financing, and you need somebody that's backed by Graystar. I've got those credentials. So anyway, so we have the Vantage Group. They will do it. They will back us. So here's what we're willing to do, and totally at risk. We will put up based on the development agreement, assuming that we can get a third of the money up front, we will put up pari passu on the same basis as the normal equity we would do, and we will buy and take down the Ambassador Hotel whenever you want, 30 days, 15 days after, I shouldn't speak so quickly. And I shouldn't commit Vantage to doing stuff that maybe they wouldn't want to do in 15 days. But we will take it down 30 days after we have a development agreement. So it takes out, I think, the big issue that everybody's had. My biggest issue I've been worried about, we were buying 69 acres on the southwest corner. And speaking about lenders, we're supposed to close a week ago Friday. The lender was supposed to, that we'd lined up, was supposed to give us a loan which is outrageously high. I thought at 12.25%. And they always fix the rates, a couple days before. And they said it could be a little higher, but it'd be between 11 and 15%. This is right after Labor Day. Tuesday, they don't call us, we call them, they don't return a call. Wednesday, we call them, they don't call us. Thursday, they call us, we're supposed to close Friday. They say, well, it's in Salina. We said, well, yeah, we understand that. And they said, well, the interest rate isn't going to really matter. Instead of a year, we'll give you 6 months, and we're going to charge you the equivalent of 30% of the face of the loan. They says there's a 15% loan, but due in 6 months, then you have to pay the full 30%. And we told them to stuff it. And I was furious, and it's happened to me before, and everybody, most people in the apartment business, they've been in long enough, you do get people who will try these type of actions, especially when the economy's down and they think you don't have any choice. So, and I called some friends of mine, I said, listen, 50-year friends, actually, and I said, this is what's happened. And one of my friends said, well, the guy's already invested $300,000, was in Salina already. And he said, well, why don't we just get Cyrus and this other fellow, and we'll just take down cash. And I said, what's the risk? I said, well, we don't have a development agreement yet in Salina. And you really need to have that done first on the first phase. They said, well, you get that, we're good. So I said, well, I think we're going to have to do a little before that. But anyway, that's where I am right now. And so my suggestion is that you have a real opportunity here. We will put money up right now, or as soon as 15 days or 30 days from whenever the development agreement's done. And I've talked to Lauren and Mike about it, your guess is as good as mine, but if you guys could do it in 30 days, we're in. So that's our commitment. So we're going to stay with the course. We're going to use the same folks that I mentioned that are strong. They're local. A segue is that Paul Jackson used to live in Salina. He worked on a project, the Appleby project, and it didn't go anywhere. So he knows the town. He'd really like to do this project. He's a good builder. He's cost effective. I think we can, with them, we can bring it in a little less cost after seeing this project, this 372 unit project that he's doing right now in Wichita. And that's my piece. I'm here to be shot at.
Any questions?
Where does Paul Jackson live now?
Wichita.
Wichita.
Yeah.
Okay. And where's Graystar out of?
Graystar is international. But Stacy Hunt, their headquarters is in Charleston, or I mean South Carolina, and or is it Charleston? It's in Columbia, South Carolina, and we have, or I mean, I'm sorry, they're Charleston, but the main headquarters for their management stuff is in Houston, and I used to be the largest apartment owner in Houston. And that's how I have this relationship with Stacy Hunt. And some of his people actually run, I have another son who's doing 55 plus senior communities, and they're worth these projects are worth at least $500 million. And the head of that used to be one of my property managers. And when I was running, we had 800 people working for us in those days. So, and she was one of them.
So how long have you been working with Mr. Jackson?
Just a week.
The projected rent amounts, have those fluctuated at all, or?
Well, we think with Paul we can bring him in less, and that's our objective. Again, we've always done workforce, and we've got commendations from the mayor of Houston to say, we've transformed whole neighborhoods, and so like we're doing a 300-unit broken hotel right now in Branson, Missouri, which Eric has seen. And the first phase of 110 units just opened up last month in July, or 2 months ago. In the first month, we leased 145 units, and that's incredible. I mean, that's 3 times what anybody'd say 50 is phenomenal, but how we did it. My son Galen is much more socially responsible, and I mean, he really does more work than I did. He's lined up 25 faith-based and civic organizations to help single working mothers in that. And so if a working mother's, if she needs the money, they'll cover her rent for up to a year. We have free after-school tutoring always, has been in my companies. He took it the next step. We have free childcare where they pick the kids up. So we've got, you're talking about homeless. We have some homeless people in that project, but in order to move in, they had to have 2 job applications in, and with word back that they were seriously being considered for them. So we are probably one of the most responsible players that I think you could have, and by our bringing in Paul and the other group, it really diminishes our profit, but that's okay. It's more important to get the project done. So they're stepping in. We will assign our rights to those properties, and we will co-invest alongside them. It's that simple.
If I can ask you a question.
Sure.
For someone to whom the term might not have much meaning, when you use the term workforce housing, how are you differentiating that from, I guess, what would be ordinary, mainstream, other type housing that a person would be looking for?
Well, our rents are $700 in our apartments in Salina. I mean, in Branson. I think that tells the story. You're looking at $15 minimum wages, and but you know, we're going to go across the whole spectrum with our plans here. We will have nicer. We will have as affordable as possible, and we will have. So we'll have a fair amount of studio apartments, and there's a study that the commission, Lauren or Mike can share, suggested that to be economic, you need to get $1.98 rents, and this is in this. Mike, what is the vision plan? What's the?
I think you're referring to our housing study?
Yeah, your housing study. And that said to be economic, and it had on page 16 and 15 in the back of it, it said if you can build for, I forget, X dollars, whatever it was, a couple $100 a foot, less than that, but not much. And you should charge $1.98 rents, and you can get private investors to come to, I don't think they said to come to Salina, but it's been a challenge, and that's why we decided to go with, Paul and the Gray Star folks, because you need a national presence to say, hey, do us a favor, give us, back these guys in Salina. And that's, and I used to have that, but I've had a personal setback, so we're used.
Is the term workforce more directly connected with the monthly rent or the amenities?
Not the amenities. The amenities we try to give. It's more with the rent. I mean, like our hope is to have some studios starting out at $750. Mayor Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're talking about $13 to $15 a foot, $13 to $15 in wages as a starter. But the study also showed the demographic, and there's lots of workers that make more than that now here in Salina. People don't realize that, but that study showed it. So we will be able to cover that. And again, my feeling is that the Hutton folks have just been first rate, and they will make it as cost effective as we will. So, and but we do things that are a lot different than most. Like most companies say, well, this is getting down to the granular level. Like the apartment goes vacant, fix it up, re-rent it. I was just at one today. I saw it's 15 days, their turnaround. Our turnaround is 2 days. You pre-order stuff, you run it like a real business, and that's like free after school tutoring. I know anyway. There's a group called KKR. It's a big hedge fund, major player. They gave us $100 million to do 20 projects, and they say, you look at their website, they're green, they're all this wonderful stuff. All their guys, all their officers care about is their bonus at the end of the quarter or the end of the year. And our free after-school tutoring, they gave us nothing but grief. Prove it. We said, we can't prove it, but reality is our turnover is 17% less than the competition. But, do exit with tenants. Say, why do you stay here? Well, because you got free childcare. We have barbecues for every excuse you can have, and it works. But so we don't go back to the hedge funds anymore. They burned me too many times, but that's the story on that. So,
thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Drever,
Maxwell works fine for me.
Think you got such a large presence in these big metropolitan areas such as Houston. What attracts you and your company to Salina?
Well, it was 192 units for $10,000 a door. Sounded pretty darn cheap to us, and that was the attraction. We thought we could make it work, and there was 5 other projects in town that we were told we could buy. And we went and checked out every one of them, and they were just as bad as Ambassador. There's one up the north end of town, up off 9th. It starts with an S, I can't remember, but is in a flood zone, and there's just things wrong with them. So, as I've shared with Lauren and that, it's if we can get, for efficiencies of management, 1,800 units, that'll work. And we've gone in and done that in the past. So,
But the Ambassador has been declared, it's going to have to be demoed.
I'm telling, it's a vandalized, it's a train wreck, and it's got the pipes. It has to, you have to replumb the whole darn thing, and it's just better to scrape it and have you can have, this is a gateway to your town. Why not have a nice looking project there? And with the city, we designed putting in a light right there. I hope they'll still do that, and to make it safe. And that's the other thing we do. We always put in local police or sheriffs or whatever, usually, or highway patrolmen who keep their cars at night in a corner unit. So our crime, like we bought 400 units in Atlanta, and it was called Huntington, and it had 5 gangs in it when we bought it. Duke University's endowment fund was our investor, and 3 weeks after we bought it, there was a drug-related murder. The project was maybe 60% occupied before. It went down to like 30%. All the good tenants left. And Duke said, that rightly so, said, please sell us. We don't want our name out there. We can't have the exposure that we're slumlords and that we condone this. So I said, we're not going to do it. And I burned my relationship with Duke. I said, we're going to stick with it and make it right. So we did our usual thing. We moved our police in there, and we cleaned it up, filled it up, and it was responsible for 1/3 of the crime, the gangs in there, for Alpharetta County. And if you look in our website, you'll see a commendation letter from the mayor of Alpharetta saying thank you. So we will bring responsible housing to this community.
So I'm curious, in terms of a market like Salina long-term,
Yeah.
is it something where it would become income-based, or is it going to be market rate and just stay that way in perpetuity, or what's usually the...
Yeah, it needs to be market rate. It needs to be sustainable. And if you don't have it sustainable, it's a recipe for disaster. So my son Galen is running the show, and I'm 81. I won't be here. They're betting on me, my kids, on the insurance, by the way. It's only $400 every 6 months, and they get a $400,000 payoff when my wife and I check out. So more information than you need, but it needs to be market rate, and it needs to be for 10 years. So we're committed to stick with it for 10 years.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, we are.
I think you may have others that wish to address you.
All right. Any online before I forget? None?
Don't think so.
Any citizens here who wish to comments, questions?
Jason Gillig, Salina, Kansas. I'm also the Northern Kansas team lead for Hutton Corporation, and I'd like to tell you good afternoon, but unfortunately for you, it's good evening by now, and so I'll try to be brief. First off, I want to thank Max for the opportunity to be part of the team and the city as well to this point, and I'd just kind of like to maybe expound a little bit on what Maxwell said and maybe provide a little bit of detail to what we're proposing moving forward. Essentially what let me first say we do recognize and understand that there's been concern and possibly some duress about the process going forward, the timetable and how long it's taken us to get here, maybe the quality and completeness of deliverables that have been requested and agreed to up to this point. And as part of that, I want to address some of those issues. Essentially, what we are asking for from the city in regards to this development proposal is a continuation of about 30 days. And what we are hoping to accomplish in that 30-day period is to finalize and establish the roles and an agreement between the partners involved and I guess in this case, a modified version of that partnership, which would involve the addition of Vantage Point properties to the group. And during that 30-day period, what we propose to do is work with the city on the development agreement requirements, and within that 30-day period, provide to the city the draft documentation or information on that development agreement. We will continue detailed discussion with the city, county, and the state in regards to the incentives and how they might apply to the property or to the project. Vantage Point property, as part of this, will assume the contracts that are held now by Drever, as Maxwell alluded to, and that would include keeping the core membership of the development team together. That would include the assignment of the land that is being proposed for the development of these properties on it to the Vantage Point properties. Closing on that land, that would be required for a minimum of a 500-unit housing development project, and the due diligence on the land being acquired. Hutton will continue to work with the group on current layout considerations, and in those considerations, making sure that we will provide a plan that captures the city and the local business requests for the project. In that 30 days, we'll secure the lenders' letters of interest required for the project and set a schedule that will include a groundbreaking for the demolition of the Ambassador Hotel by the date of December 15th, 2022. I'm representing here Hutton Corporation and also Vantage Point Properties as a potential additional member to the development team. I will also point out that an email that lays out these parameters was shared with Mr. Schrag earlier today, and so he should have a copy of these, if that's okay.
I think it came in as the meeting was going on, but I'll check my
so a copy of those items are included in there, so that is been provided. If there's any questions, I don't know that I'll be able to answer them, but I will do my very best.
Is your involvement for one particular piece of property or for several multi-location development in Salina?
My involvement, meaning Hutton Corporation's involvement?
Yeah.
In
just for Crawford Street?
No, sir. For the development in total.
Total, okay.
Yes, sir.
The other pieces are out off of
Magnolia. Yeah. Magnolia and Tracy.
Yeah.
Approximately, yeah.
Are you to the stage where you have projected rents and number of units that would be, for instance, breakdown like 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, et cetera? Are we still kind of in the
That level of detail is achieved. I don't have that information with you, so unfortunately I can't share that with you tonight, but yeah.
Do you at least have a ballpark on the starting point of the rents?
I don't.
Okay.
But I believe Maxwell was the 750. Yeah.
Okay.
We hope it'll be 750, and it has to be
Mr. Drever, you'd have to come up to that microphone. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, it has to be economic. And again, $1.98 was shown in the city plan, and we're going to try and come in under that. It's a win-win for everybody. And
Now, I'm hearing a lot of studios and sub-studios.
no, not sub-studios.
I
no.
thought you'd use that term.
Well, that's what we did when we buy broken hotels, and we're tearing it down.
Okay.
So the smallest unit would be over 400 square feet.
So the plan for a Salina would be which size unit?
Well, you start out at, I can't remember what, but it was around, do you remember? It was around 440 or something like that. And we've also had feedback from employers and that they'd like to see some larger units. So that's why that's why we're, instead of just having, if it was my pleasure right now, I mean, I would only build studios because they're easy to rent. You don't have to worry about roommate problems. You don't have to worry about people selling their house. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. And if you can turn around in 2 days, it works, and you rent them cheap, and everybody's happy. And this is crazy, but in this broken hotel with 315 square foot units, where we have 300 units there, at least a third of them are families with kids. And I'm glad to send you we have a real attractive model, and it works. And we do things like we make it really rewarding. The rent's $700, but we give them $25 off their rent if they pay by the 25th of the month before. We give them $25 off their rent if every quarter their apartment is sparkling clean. And so you teach fiscal disciplines to these working people so they can get ahead, and you give them child support and child care. They can get out of the ditch. So that's the so we're aligned, more than aligned, I think, with everybody here. So.
To answer your question, Mr. Mayor, the plan includes a mixture of studios up to 3-bedroom apartments. And there'll be a balanced mixture of studio 1, 2, and 3s. I don't have the exact number of each type, but we can provide that.
Yeah. The
That's
other
what I
thing
needed the
that
answer for.
I wouldn't dismiss, and I like this, December 15th, but I like dates where it puts the monkey on your back. And let's get the development agreement done, and we will go ahead and we will tear down the ambassador. So if we put our money in pari passu with the state's money on the same ratio, we're good. So that's what we bring to the table. Nobody else is going to do that, I can guarantee you.
Let me get some clarification for those watching. We're proposing a partnership with the Drever Group, Hutton, and Advantage Properties.
Hutton would be the design builder in the agreement. Vantage Properties would be the primary developer, along with Drever Development as a partner.
Yeah. There's one more. It's Tradewinds. Tradewinds has it's the group that has the backing of Graystar, as does, by the way, Vantage. And Tradewinds has 7 projects underway right now. I think probably 3 of them are with Vantage. And so you have a local running machine. And I think material costs are going to go down now. And the only question is what's going to happen to interest rates. And we're willing to take the risk that we'll be okay on that front. So.
Do you have any interest in taking over the Pioneer Place we heard about earlier?
question.
Yeah. I think I had an enema earlier in my life. I can't afford any more. Any other questions?
No. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other public comment? All righty. We have a request for an executive session. I'm going to ask that,
+5.
well, to make the math easy, that it start at 6:35 for however many minutes you think we're going to need.
I'd suggest let's start with 45.
Okay.
You wanted to start at 6:45?
6:35.
6:35?
Yeah.
Okay. 6:35.
Till 7:40,
To 7:20 then.
20?
Yeah.
Looking at the letter.
Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session 45 minutes to discuss the subject of legal considerations relating to the Drever Partners LLC development proposal with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. After a small break, the open meeting will resume in this room at 7:20.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to recess into executive session beginning at 6:35 PM, returning at 7:20 for the reasons which were read during the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor and Commissioners, in addition to yourselves, the participants, the intended participants are myself, Greg Bankston, City Legal Counsel, Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager, Lauren Driscoll, who's on the line, and is Jacob Wood on the line? So that would be it.
Thank you. All right, we are back in regular session, and after stimulating conversation, we will announce that we have no action to take at this time. So we will adjourn if there's no other business.
Move to adjourn?
Second?
Moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
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 Sounds unanimous. Thank you.